right, good evening. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Common Council for Tuesday, June 20th. If you could all please press your aye and confirm buttons.
Twelve are present, Your Honor.
Obviously, we have a quorum, so we will continue. If you could all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing for the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, we as the city of Green Bay are grateful for the many gifts and talents you've bestowed upon our community. It is through a belief in you and helping our neighbors that we can build a community of hope and prosperity. Today, as all days, we thank you for those who use their talents to lift the lives of those who call Green Bay home. We thank you for our elected leaders. Give us patience and understanding so we can work together to build community. We thank you for our civic and business leaders. We're grateful for their dedication of time, talents, and treasures to our community. Today, we also mourn the loss of a community leader, Ray Kopish, an active member of the Chamber of Commerce and a volunteer in many organizations. As we approach the 4th of July holiday, we thank you, as we do every council meeting, for our dedicated military, especially those serving on the USS Green Bay. Bless them, their families, as we pray for their safety, health, and safe return. We ask this in your name. Amen. It's too bad about Ray, huh? All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion for approval of the minutes of the May 16th meeting. There's a motion by Alderman Andy Nicholson, seconded by Alderperson Barb Dorf, to approve the minutes of the May 17th, 16th meeting. Anything you want to change here? Did you say yes? This is on the approval of the minutes. Okay, all right. Seeing no lights, all in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nays. The ayes have it, and the minutes have been approved. We're now on to approval of the agenda. There's a motion by Alderman Nicholson, seconded by Alderman Randy Scannell. Alderman Dwayne?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to make a motion that we move up the Hotel Northland, followed by the Brown County room tax and resolution, followed by the Personnel Committee, and then followed by the Protection and Welfare after the appointments.
Second.
All right, so there's a motion by Alderman Tom Dwayne, and that was seconded by Alderperson Barb Dorf, to move up 4 items on our agenda following the appointments. Anything else? All right, all in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and I'd like a motion to adopt as amended by Alderman Joe Moore, second by Alderman Randy Scannell. All in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nays. Ayes have it. The motion as amended has been adopted.
Report by the mayor.
Just 2 things. Actually 3. We have a very busy night tonight, and I just want to point out the restrooms are right down the hall, and we're glad you're here. We have a lot to do tonight, and we like when the community is engaged. And again, thank you for taking some time to be here. And for the couple of you who asked, there are no parking tickets. We don't give them after 6, so you're good. Just for the council and for the people who are here, 2 kind of nice events that are coming up that I like to talk about because some people watch this on cable. But we have our Kids Day coming up on the 26th of June. And this council, and some of you were here when we started that, this is our 15th annual. And it's a day that we set aside. You know, we just finished Father's Day on Sunday and Mother's Day last month. And here in Green Bay, we set aside a day called Kids Day. And it's 6 months till Christmas. This year we're celebrating on Monday because of the Sunday, and the brochures are out on the table. The kids get a wristband, and everything's free. Free rides at Bay Beach, free rides on the Zip and Pippin, free swimming at the aquatic centers. There's lunch with the mayor. If you council people are there, I'm happy to introduce you. That's going to be at noon. Free movies at Marcus and bowling, and it's just a great day to honor kids. So I just want to give that another plug, and I really want to thank our Parks Department for taking that project on. And then just as I kind of mentioned in the invocation, is the 4th of July is coming up, and that's like probably the most awesome day of the year. And we will celebrate that downtown as we normally do, kicking off with the Liberty Bell ringing at noon, swearing some new citizens of this country, and then it's followed by festivities, and of course ends with the fireworks. What's at 1? It's at 1, not noon. It's at 1. I wanted them to get there early. It's at 1 o'clock is the Liberty Bell, and then of course it ends with the festival fireworks at 9:30 or 9:45. So those are the two things I'd like to see you at, and that concludes my report.
We're on to announcements.
We'll begin with Alderman Randy Scannell, announcements.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd like to just start off with, we got Fridays on the Fox coming up, 5 to 9. Piano fondue this Friday. Wednesday, we've been doing Dine on the Decks, 11 to 1. Let's not forget those. We'll be doing Food Truck Fridays by the Central Library on Pine Street from 11 to 2. And last but not least, Wednesday to 28th, not this Wednesday, the next one, at the YWCA, our very own Chief Smith will be at talking about standing against racism. I believe it's the second one. I unfortunately missed the first one, but I hope to be there for this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Joe Moore.
Your Honor, with the really important issues on tonight, we've only got audio on our live stream right now. I don't know if there's somebody available that can get the video on that, but it's a pretty important night, so we want to make sure everybody has access to it. So, thank you.
Should I do that? I know we don't allow phones, but would you check your phone and make sure they got it? Because I think I turned it on.
Do we not allow phones?
Do we? We just can't have them on.
The ringer.
I think we're good. All right, clerk, let's continue.
We are on to public hearing, zoning ordinance number 7-17, an ordinance rezoning property located at 3370 and 3386 Largo Ridge Court from rural residential district to low-density residential district.
Anyone here tonight who'd like to speak to this specific item? This is zoning ordinance 7-17. Anyone wishing to be heard? Anyone wishing to be heard? We'll let the record show no one came forward.
You may under suspension of the rules take up item 27 with a roll call vote.
Move to suspend.
All right, there's a motion by Alderman Randy Scannell, second by Alderman Tom Slotnick to suspend the rules for that purpose. All in favor of suspension, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nays. The ayes have it. I'll entertain a motion to adopt. Motion to adopt by Alderman Randy Scannell, second by Alderperson Dorff. If you please use the board on this. This is zoning ordinance 717, item 27 on the agenda. All right, and that passes unanimously. Thank you.
We're on to presentation of historic preservation awards.
All right, as you know, we have historic preservation, and we have a historic preservation commission here that I appoint, and it's confirmed by the council. They do great work, and tonight they're going to be presenting some awards. That committee is chaired by Alderman Mark Stoyer, so I will turn the mic over to him for the next 10 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was going to say, everybody came for these awards tonight. Thank you. That's fantastic. We have 4 different award winners today, and so I'll get right to it. We give awards each year for adaptive reuse, historic preservation in some form or another. 50% of the city of Green Bay is 50 years or older in terms of buildings. So as time goes on, we're only going to get older. So it's important that we protect our historic heritage, if you will. So we'll get going here. We have the Automobile Gallery, and that's an adaptive reuse. If you've had a chance to go there, it used to be Daniil Cadillac, opened in 1960, and we'll just move through here. Are the slides working?
Yeah, good. Clerk PC, is that what I hit? There you go.
Can you see that? All right. Like I said, it's the former Daniel Cadillac, opened in 1960. What do we got? Okay, here we go. All right, 18,000 square feet. As it's been repurposed into showing 50 historic automobiles. And Red Lewis and that group has done a fantastic job. I had an opportunity to go there for a reception for Antique Roadshow on Friday. It was fantastic. So they are here, and we're going to keep this short and sweet. But do we have a representative from the automobile gallery here? Mike, Mike, why don't you state your name real quick and just say a couple of words?
Well, thank you very much. I'm Mike Borley, here representing Mr. Lewis to accept this award. As Mark has said, it is a unique facility. It's really been well received. Some quick facts: our first year of operation, we've had 250 events with about 11,600 people. Paid admissions for our weekend visitors and such, we've had 5,000 in our first year, and so far we have 3,500, and we're not quite halfway through this year. We have 4 founders members that have pledged $100,000 each, and 50% of that goes to an endowment fund so we can build a fund for sustainability. We have over 80 volunteers. Just recently, you guys in the city and all of the different departments gave us their blessings, and we had an inaugural car show. So we had Adams Street closed from north of the police station south to the fire station. We were hoping to get 200 cars for our first year. We had 211 vehicles from 8 o'clock in the morning till 2 in the afternoon. So it was very well received. We're well received. We have a lot of national press. And like Mark said, the latest one was the Antique Roadshow, and this historical community had a meeting there as well. So again, thank you.
All right, good job.
Open that up. Take a picture. Hold it up. There you go. Hold it. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. All right, moving along. Next, we have the Adolph Greenhouse residential rehab. It was built in 1902 for Adolph Green. It's a prominent local builder. In fact, come on, Susan Lee on our committee. Go ahead, Susan.
Thank you. The house at 704 South Jackson Street was built in 1902. It's on the southwest corner of Jackson and Cass Street and is known as the Adolph Greenhouse. It's a Queen Anne Victorian, and it has the typical features of that style: steeply pitched roof. Oh. Go to the next. It has a steeply pitched roof, a turret, and a large veranda. The house was in very poor condition when Tyler and Jennifer Lenz purchased it in June of 2012. Years of neglect and a failed renovation project had taken a toll. Yes, there was work to do on the interior, but the real labor of love, the real eye-popping projects were on the exterior. The porches and the carport were rebuilt right down to the foundation, including rebuilding the stone columns. It was a massive project. The light at the end of the tunnel was the paint project. Tyler and Jennifer consulted with Kathleen Urbeck regarding the paint scheme. This was originally a white house. It's not anymore. There are 7 colors on the exterior. The company Green Bay's Perfect Painter was hired to do the massive amount of prep work and painting. The result is nothing less than fantastic. We thank Jennifer and Tyler for all their work and dedication and present them with a Residential Rehabilitation Award. Thank you.
folks, if you want to just say a couple of words for.
Yeah, we'll be quick here. I just want to express our thanks to the Historic Preservation Committee. It's great to have a committee here in Green Bay that's as enthusiastic and supportive of preserving our city as we are, as you can tell by the project that we've taken on. We started this when our oldest here was 3 months old, so probably not the wisest decision for a young family, but we wanted a place where we could call home for our family of the children we have and the children that are yet to come. So thank you very much, and we're very appreciative.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have the Antoinette Blesh house, I should say. It's 161 North Oakland. You may be familiar with that. And Patty Olson, do you want me to go? Okay. All right, well, as you can tell, sorry. Largely original condition. It's Queen Anne, and it's a notable two-story bay on the north facade. It has an extensive garden. The owner is Philip Schuter, and he is not here today, but we will accept it on his behalf. It's North Oakland. It's a beautiful home. It was built in 1888. So the gardens are extensive as well, so stop by and take a look sometime. Next, we have the watermark for adaptive reuse. And Roger Retzlaff, go ahead.
So, what is it that makes a fairly nondescript building into an historical landmark? When the H.C. Prange department store addition was proposed for downtown Green Bay, it came infused with the great hope and promise of urban expansion into the countryside, made possible by easy access via automobile travel. The lightly windowed box, in renderings made exciting by expressionist rendering, revealed the character of retail design now possible with electric lighting, air conditioning, that could completely control the shopping experience, no longer in need of the light of the sun to see the shapes and colors of new fashions. And to draw the new suburban shopper, seasonal windows displays, marking those sentimental times they only remember the best of. What do you do with a hulking, empty building that in a few short decades has lived out its usefulness? Now bland and characterless, its only possible redeeming values in structural mass and open floor spaces, standing between a deteriorating downtown with failed plans to become a suburban focal point and a poisoned industrial river pressing for another of its assets to be mined. Historic preservation is not simply to hang on to a few pretty old houses, though that is important. Its better character allows a place where people have chosen to live to have some understanding of what gives them identity. Hanging on to aspects of the past connects us with our predecessors, the ones who made this place. We take part in their successes and failures. We respond to forces demanding change, but stand firm in the principles and the foibles that drew them and now sustain us. The historic importance of the watermark is in the leadership of those who chose not to tear it down, but turn it into a present and future asset of the city. It's important because those who carried through the development, whether they were aware of it or not, made a striking statement to turn away from the suburban influences marking its original construction and toward urban qualities that make city. Where cars and trucks drove, people now walk. Where the sun was excluded, it now abounds. Where the population of the building was transient and fickle, it now is able to share in diverse uses and visions. The building now faces a renewing river with joyful anticipation. Yes, there were architects and builders, planners, financiers, mayors, councilpersons, and administrative staff. And they met all of the tribulations of a large project that this type brings. But the watermark stands as a watershed of desire, that Green Bay can be more than it was yesterday and will be more than it is today. I don't know if there are representatives of the Watermark present, but the award will be sent to the current owner and leasing agent. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. So that's it.
That's all.
Yep.
We're on to new appointments. Transit Commission, Rashad Cobb. Green Bay Housing Authority, Natalie Lund. Green Bay Public Arts Commission, Alex Zacharias. Brown County Plan Commission, Matthew Wojcik.
All right, there's a motion by Alderman Tom Slottick, seconded by Alderman Joe Moore, to approve the appointments, the new appointments as stated by the clerk. Any discussion here? Seeing no lights, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, nays. The ayes have it, and those appointments have been confirmed. Thank you.
Reappointments, Board of Review, John Thomas Azier. Transit Commission, Ron Antono. Economic Development Authority, Gary Sikich. Green Bay Town of Scott Plan Commission, Gary Sikich.
All right, there's a motion by Alderman Nicholson, seconded by Alderman Tom DeWayne, to approve the reappointments as stated by the clerk. Anyone to discuss here? See no lights, all in favor of the reappointments, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, nays. The ayes have it, and the reappointments have been confirmed. I just want to take 1 minute and just really thank, that's a big part of this city, are the volunteers that work the new appointments on the different commissions, the reappointments. They all get paid the same, which is nothing, but they are good people that work very hard, and I appreciate the council confirming all those appointments. Okay, clerk.
Now we're going to Committee of the Whole, request by Council President DeWayne to discuss with possible action the options we have with the Northland Hotel.
All right, I'll start. I think it's fitting that we're getting an update on the Northland Hotel following the Historic Preservation Awards. This group will get an award one of these days. We have quite a few of the owners. We have the owner in town as well as some of the investors. And I've asked Keith Horrendous from KPH to make a statement. I'd like you to hear from a few of the other investors, and they're willing to take questions. I'm glad they're here. People don't fly across the country to just, if they're not interested. The interest is there, and I hope you are as receptive to their comments as we were today when they came to my office. So Keith? Oh, yeah, there's a motion by Alderman Joe Moore, second by Alderman Randy Scannell, to open the floor to hear from interested parties. All in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nays. Ayes have it. The floor is open. Yes, thanks, Joe.
Good evening, Green Bay. Alderman DeWayne, thank you for moving us up. Much appreciated. I'd like to start by thanking you for your patience as we work to resume the redevelopment of Hotel Northland. As you know, we suspended construction, and as a general contractor, my number one priority is to pay my subcontractors. These are local companies who have been incredibly dedicated to this project. I have several stakeholders and lenders on this project, including the City of Green Bay. They have been patient, but they have asked that we do several things to stabilize the project. This included bringing additional equity into the project, finding a qualified co-developer to augment the team, to help with the effort, and finally to settle our dispute with our management company. I'm happy to report that we have reached an agreement in principle with a qualified co-developer, Cothi Real Estate and Great Lakes Management, have committed to bring a significant amount of equity into the project. They are Wisconsin-based hotel developers, and they are here tonight with us. Also, we've entered into, as of last Friday, we had mediation with Provenance, and I'm happy to report that we now have a working arrangement to move forward. And finally, we are working to bring in a major hotel franchise company to make Hotel Northland even better by making it part of the largest reservation system in the world. Together, my new development team and I are working with the lenders, including Octagon, WIDA, and CIG, on a plan to get our subcontractors paid. We ask for your support to allow us to move forward and give us some time to return in 60 days to make this happen. I'd like to introduce at this point Neil Densmore, who is with Great Lakes Management. Kevin Page is also part of his team. He's not here tonight. John Koth and Kevin Page from Koth Real Estate. Sorry, John. J.P. Williamson, CEO of Octagon Finance, is here tonight too. And finally, but not least, Dan O'Connell, representing CIG, is here tonight also. I don't know if you guys want to say anything or wait to answer questions, but they are here tonight to show support and a path forward. We're excited to do that and happy to make that happen.
Thanks, Keith. Questions for Keith or any of his guests who are here tonight? We have closed session language on the agenda. What Keith and John and JP and Neil are asking for, and like I said, they've put Humpty Dumpty back together again with provenance. This is the letter from their president, is to update you in 60 days. They've talked to the vendors. I know they've talked to many of you. We are here. I don't know if it's not. All right. All right. Dear Mayor, we're glad to report that Hotel Northland agreed to re-engage Provenance following full mediation this past Friday. We're now working to finalize the arrangements for moving forward together as one team with the new investors. We hope to conclude these discussions in the next week or two, and if concluded satisfactorily to the parties, this will result in the settlement of the lawsuit accordingly. Provenance remains fully optimistic about the prospects for success of this project. Alderman Moore?
Thanks, Mr. Aranda. Can you tell us what the next 60 days look like? For instance, weeks 1 and 2, weeks 3 and 4. What brings us to closure in 60 days?
That's a very good question. Well, with our new co-developers and with the influx of major equity, we have to finalize the agreement with Provenance. We have to then run the financial model, and then we move forward. It's a complicated capital stack. I'm not sure what kind of detail you're looking for.
$60 days a reasonable timeline?
I think it's a good timeline.
And throughout the 60 days, there will be no work or anything going on at the hotel throughout that time?
Correct.
When would be an estimated open date?
We're shooting for right now first quarter of 2018.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Alderman Zima?
I have a couple questions. I don't know, maybe Your Honor, maybe you have them for us. I don't know. I want to know, what are the terms of is it a new prime lender or a new funding team? Do you have those terms for us? Or whatever, I mean, what's been basically said so far is, well, practically nothing, other than, well, we've got a team here, and we're working through some stuff. Do you have anything you had promised us some time ago already to bring something forward to us? You have never brought anything forward to us. The council is basically in the dark about everything that's going on. I think that needs to come to a stop. Now you're asking for another 60 days with really no information before us. Now, if you have that for us, I'm willing to receive it and evaluate it. Do you have something for us?
I have what Keith just told you.
Well, he said practically nothing that satisfies me.
Okay, I'm sorry you feel that way. He has two
Sorry I
investors
feel
here
that way. Well,
that is
let's
bringing
hear-
equity to the project. I mean, I don't know.
Well, what's the terms of this investment? The last time you talked to us, instead of a $12.8 million loan that was in place, that was pulled, you made talk about $22 million. That's about a $10 million jump. What's going to satisfy be able to turn the mortgage payments and et cetera? Can we have some details, please?
I will have the owner address that.
The kind of details you're looking for, I'm not really at liberty to give. Based on the new partnership arrangement and the fluid process of where we're at.
So you really aren't anywhere yet? You need 60 days to get somewhere? Is that a fair statement?
That's not totally correct.
Well,
Alderman.
correct me.
Well, the fact is we had hurdles in place with Providence, we resolved them. We brought in a new co-developer who has developed and owns 7 hotels, all local, or I shouldn't say not all local, but they are local. They're very qualified, they bring a lot of horsepower to the team, and they're bringing a sizable equity contribution to the project. All this makes everything easy, but we had to remove Providence, the Liz Pendants, to try to move forward.
So you have some investors here. In closed session, could we hear from them?
I'm not sure if they're ready to speak to those questions,
Gee,
Alderman.
nobody's ready for anything after all this time.
Oh.
I have one more question for you, and then I'll leave the floor to my colleagues who may have a more penetrating way of getting you to answer questions. But you had a settlement in court with your original partner, Mr. Franz, and that case was settled in court, leaving you with the obligation to make a financial settlement with Mr. Franz. Have you completed that, as you've completed also with the Providence people?
The plan is once we have the structure finalized, we will take care of all those issues with Mr. Franz.
Have you communicated with him? Has there been discussion?
Until everything has been finalized, I'm unable to do that.
Well, you're not the sole owner without satisfying that court requirement. So how can you even come here as a sole owner if you haven't satisfied that basic court decision?
I'll try to answer this as plainly as I can.
I like that.
The judge awarded me ownership of the hotel to move forward. We have to work together to finalize the details of Mr. Franz's departure. Those things cannot be finalized until the financial model is complete. And we are very close to moving that forward. That's why we're here giving you an update based on all the things that we've done that are great for the project. And the end result is to pay all the subs that need to get paid and to finish the hotel.
Okay. So you've got enough cash, you think, to take care of your problems with separating Mr. Franz from your partnership?
Our intention of to take care of all dues that are owed.
Well, those are nice general terms. I will give up the floor at this point for my esteemed colleagues here.
Right, Alderman Nicholson?
Thank you, Mayor. Question, do we have any liens against the project at all?
Yes, we have
And
quite a
if we do,
few.
could you just tell us how many and,
It's normal to have liens when the project slows down. Those will be taken care of once we close. Those will all be cleaned up.
how many liens are out there and what's the dollar amount?
3 or 4, and I don't know the dollar amount.
Is it $100? Is it 100,000? You gotta have some idea. I know I would if I was in business.
There are liens, and those will be taken care of at closing.
Do you know how much?
Not the exact dollar amount, no.
Ballpark figure?
I'd be guessing if I.
That's fine with me.
Yeah, $1 million.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Mark Stoyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Keith, I mean, you know, some of the alders, including myself, I mean, we had a chance to visit. I also visited with the Frances as well as Dennis Doucette and met with a number of the subcontractors as well. So it seems like the subcontractors were working for quite some time without being paid. So the thought is here.
They're incredible. Amazing
Okay, well,
subs.
and that's fine, but that's better lucky than good, I guess. With that being said, how much is owed the subcontractors, and when are they going to be paid?
Again, as a
Well, you said there's
restate-
liens, but there's also.
Yeah, regardless of the liens, the minute we close, all subs will be taken care of. That's why we brought our team here tonight to express that is what's going to happen. The plan is to pay the subs, move the project forward.
Well, it's unique how the timing of this has happened. I mean, a lot of us have spent a lot of time trying to look at this entire situation, and it's like, here it is. It's like, how convenient is that? I mean, was it better lucky than good, or what? I mean, we just got this information a few minutes ago, so we haven't had a chance to digest any of it. So it's a little difficult.
Sorry about that.
It is. So that's all I have right now.
Do you have anything else? All right. Nope, you don't. No, you do. All right, Alderman Dwayne.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here, Mr. Renda. I've tried to talk to you a couple of times and we couldn't get back. You were busy, I suppose. I did have some questions. You have some of this information. You made a deal with Providence. Do you have any documents, or are they here?
No, they wanted to be here, but they couldn't. But they offered to be here, but they had a previous scheduled engagement.
Okay. And they didn't send any statement or anything?
Here's the one the one I just read.
No, that's what you just read, yeah. I'm sure there's more than $1 million worth of liens. There's probably around $2 million, from what I understand. There's quite a few liens, from what I understand. How do you go about doing business? And how do you think you're gonna maintain these subcontractors if you're gonna ask them to wait until everything's done to get paid? I don't know if they're gonna be that nice, but I don't know. Maybe they really are. Also, this is like the third time we've heard this exact same thing. And we've extended this at least 3 times. And you really haven't come any further than what you've had in the past. So I'm kind of leery about that. And some of the players are the same, and they already have their money in, so I don't know if you're counting that, or if they plan on how much more they're bringing to the table. They're here. I certainly like to hear from them to say that they're going to accomplish what you're saying. It's going to be hard after so long. Mr. Franz is biggest part of this than you would think, because without paying him off, paying this company off, paying them off, who's ever involved with that, I don't know how you can go forward, because if he does bring it back to court and you still haven't succeeded in taking care of that, how do you know that it's not going to be reversed?
Is that the question?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
all I can do is move forward, and that's what we're doing. And again, Mr. Franz will be addressed like any other person at a creditor, so we will take care of them.
Yeah, but don't you think that it's necessary to take care of that first, so we can get on, so you can get on? Because I don't think this is gonna stop unless you take care of the main player in this.
Yeah, I think it's chicken or the egg type of argument, but yeah, the plan is once the financial structure has been finalized, you know, there will be an outreach and there will be, like I said, all debtors will be taken care of. So
Okay.
I don't want to repeat myself.
No,
but
no, I understand, thank you for.
You're
I
welcome,
understand.
you're welcome. And I do appreciate you coming through the tours and taking the time with me the last time I was in Green Bay. I know it was kind of last minute, and I do appreciate it.
No more questions at this time.
All right, thanks. Alderman Tom Slonick?
Thank you, Your Honor. I simply want to add some additional information since Alderman Dwayne asked a question about the subcontractors. I did get a call this afternoon from one of the lead subcontractors, the same one that arranged the tours that Alderman Stoyer and I went on. And he was calling because he knew this presentation was going on tonight, and he wanted to assure me that the subcontractors are still very committed to this project, and they feel very good about these most recent developments to get the financing in order. So, and once again, he said that he and the other subs are more than willing to meet with any of the people on the council and tell you face to face about their commitment and their confidence in this project. Thank you.
Thank you. So anyone else? Any of your team want to speak at all? Dan, JP?
Dan O'Connell from CIG.
I think everybody here knows him.
Mayor, Alders, thank you. We've been committed to this project from the very beginning. City of Green Bay is a special city. I grew up in the Fox Valley. Unfortunately, I wasn't blessed to be able to grow up in Green Bay. But I will say that the Northland Hotel was a great and grand hotel once upon a time, and it will be again. And I believe that there's a team put together now that hasn't been put together with the advent of new equity providers and additional historic credits that will be generated with the additional construction. So I think the financial package will come together. I think they'll be back to talk to you in 60 days, and this hotel will get finished, and it'll be a grand hotel that the city of Green Bay and its residents can be very proud of. It'll be coming due. It should be around and finished around the end of the first quarter next year, beginning of the second quarter, just in time to take advantage of the great season in spring and summer in Green Bay, and of course, and we can't forget about the Packer season. But it is the gateway to Door County. It is a prominent hotel that will resume its grand stature that it had long before it went into disrepair in the late 60s and 70s. So we're optimistic. That's why we're here. We expect this project to be done in the manner that all the subcontractors will get paid and that the city can be proud of. And I'm happy to take any questions if people have any of me. Thank you.
I see no lights. Thank you, Dan.
All right.
Any other questions from the council members? Then I think we should return to regular.
JP, did you want to speak? I'm happy to. JP flew in from Virginia?
Yeah, my name is JP Williamson. I'm the CEO of Octagon, and we're a current investor in the project. To highlight a little bit, the one thing that I don't know that Keith had paid as much attention to, the reason why we have a little bit more confidence than we did 60 days ago is he has brought in a co-developer that is pledging some equity terms to be finalized, and we are talking about a branded hotel, which in the grand scheme of permanent debt, and this is the debt that takes it for 20 years, the prospects for that are much rosier than they were 60 days ago. So I do think that there's been progress made. Unfortunately, it's not tangible that we can show to you in documents, but we're working toward that. So happy to answer any questions.
Alderman Sima, hang on.
Could you explain do you have new involvement, or are you just talking about your past involvement?
We're considering additional involvement.
And are you considering becoming the primary lender?
So our type of financing doesn't fit well with 25-year amortizing debt. That's not what we do. But the progress that we've seen over the last 60 days by bringing in additional co-developer, potential more equity, and a branded offering, we're more interested in that than we would have been without those things.
Is that sub loans?
So that structure is yet to be determined. I'm sure when it is, it will be presented to you.
Because we were told by the mayor, and it accidentally slipped out in the meeting, that you folks were going to take over the financing.
There are two different kinds of financing. There's a long-term senior debt that typically amortizes over 25 to 30 years. That was never us. So to the extent that additional capital needs to be invested to stabilize the project and bring it toward completion, that is what we're considering.
And that's someone other than yourself?
No, that's us. So, but it is someone other than ourselves that will be a permanent 25-year amortizing senior lender. That party has yet to be identified.
Okay.
But
And
that
you've done a lot of projects across the country, haven't you?
Yes, we've
Worked
had
with a lot of I know I started reviewing some of them. I wasn't too impressed with one from Missoula, Montana. You familiar with that one? Do you remember that one?
the one I sold. Yes.
Yeah. Instead of it being historically refurbished, it was torn down.
We sold it. We were not the party that did that.
You didn't complete the restoration, though. You sold it to somebody who tore it down.
We sold the project. What they did with it once we sold it, it's not up to me.
Okay, but you didn't fulfill what was asked of you.
With all due respect, sir, I'm not here to explain my past actions to you.
Well, I read about them, so I mean they're public record.
No, that's fine. That's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm happy to have offline discussion with you whenever you like.
Well, we'll just leave it at that. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Alderman Nicholson?
Thank you, Mayor. Question, is the Northland going to be constructed back to the original building like when this project started?
Yeah, it's subject to the National Park Service rehab standards, and so there would be no change to that.
Okay,
But-
from the original plan?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
outside of my. I can't even allow that, right? So that exists.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else, anyone else, or we will get back to regular session? All right, there's a motion by Alderman Randy Scannell, second by Alderman Bill Gavlin to return to regular session. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, nays. Ayes have it. We're back in regular order. Alderman Moore?
Thanks, John. I don't have any further questions on this.
All
Thank
right.
you.
I'm not seeing any other lights. These guys would like to come back in 60 days. Alderman Zima?
Thank you, Your Honor. I tell you, the presentation by the perhaps sole owner of the Northland Hotel, I think I can characterize it by one word: pathetic. Absolutely
Yeah,
pathetic.
you can't, guy, come on. This guy has invested so much time and equity in this project. He is trying. I wish you'd get to know him better. I don't think we should treat customers and call them that.
Your Honor, I have
Yes.
a point of order. I have in my hand our code of conduct. I'd like to read to the group 2 paragraphs from our code of conduct.
Point of order.
In public
Let her read
meetings, making the public feel welcome is an important part of the democratic process. No signs of partiality, prejudice, or disrespect should be evident on the part of individual council members toward an individual participating in a public forum. Every effort should be made to be fair and impartial to listening to public testimony. Letter A, be welcoming to speakers, treat them with care and respect. I just want to remind us all, this is in our code of conduct, our code of ethics, right here in my hand. So I'd like to see this as we demonstrate our conduct toward speakers in the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Guy, you can do better.
Well, Your Honor, I'm not interested in candy coating things. This gentleman came up here, and he was repeatedly asked by several of the members here about what the liens were against his property. He him-hawed around. I mean, a guy who doesn't have any other closer handle. All anybody here has to do is go look on CCAP under it's well over $2 million. And he's kind of standing up here clueless to us. Or pretending not to know, or whatever. It's disingenuous. And you know, I still have free speech, and I would characterize it as pathetic. I didn't hear anything that really got me excited here. You know, if you want to go into closed session or something and talk about it, you want us to give 60 more days based on really a pathetic presentation, that it was lacking of details.
It is, guy, come on. I mean, you're going to vote against it no matter, I mean, you came
Your
in
Honor,
here with
you-
$20 million,
you've
you would have voted
been
against it.
singing
So
this little tune for
I
as long as
have,
you've been
this has
sitting
been
up here.
tough. I've lost a lot of sleep. You're right. I have been supporting this project
But
from day one.
I think if we're actually going to consider 2 months, I mean, are you looking for a motion to that effect?
Well, I talked about that in preparing for today's meeting, and the motion is to discuss with possible action the options we have with the Northland Hotel. They have offered to come back. They've got their new investors here. They've offered to come back in 60 days. I don't expect you to support that, but I would like the rest of you to consider that. I mean, they are working hard. You've been over there. The vendors, I know you talked to Verhalen, I know you've talked to Tweed Garrett. They want to see this project through. The provenance thing is real. We've got an operator who supports the business plan. That's a very aggressive business plan. That will be the largest producing room tax hotel in Brown County. It's been tough, but I'm telling you, it's going to be worth the wait. And I would like the rest of you to consider having them back in 60 days.
Do you need a motion for that?
I think I still have the floor.
You do. Can I clear that? Because I'm not, Vanessa, do we need a motion for that, or? All right, yeah, we would need a motion to have them return in 60 days. Alderman Zima still has the floor.
Well, I think we should go into closed session and talk this over. This has been drawn out for a long period of time, and I'm with the information I've gotten so far, I would have no inkling to have these folks continue if they can't bring us anything more solid to us after all this time that we've given them. I'm not particularly impressed with somebody who fires their first management team, fires their second management team, has to go to court to settle that, and it just goes on and on. But I'm willing to listen if there's something more to be said in closed session. So I'd make a motion in accordance with section 19.85, subparagraph 1, subparagraph G, Wisconsin statutes for the purpose of conferring with legal counsel for a governmental body who is rendering oral or written advice concerning strategy to be adopted by the body with respect to litigation in which it is or is likely to become involved. The council may thereafter reconvene in open session pursuant to section 19.85(2) Wisconsin statutes to report the results of the closed session and consider the balance of the agenda.
All right, so we have a motion by Alderman Zima, second by Alderman Dwayne, to go into closed session. You can use the board on this. Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead. Alderman Moore.
Thanks. I actually have a question of our Economic Development Director, Dr. Vonk. If we were to wait 60 days, does this cost the city any more money?
One of the things that we would have to do is talk with HUD about our HUD loan in the project in terms of looking at our payment due dates and redoing a schedule for that. We've apprised them of the issues that we've had with the hotel, and they're receptive to working with us. Again, they want to see this project done just as well as us, so we should be able to do that. With that, our hope is we would have to get the project up online as soon as we can. We'll see what the assessment comes in at 118, but in terms of our staff time or other costs, look, there's, the opportunity cost of having this, but also the cost of, as been discussed, the foreclosure process, and this is a much better option for the city to go through and try and work with the existing partners. I think the others have stepped up here, and all the other junior partners are on board to getting this done, and I would recommend that the city do the same.
That was going to be my next question, was what's going to cost us less? To deny giving them 60 days or to take the 60 days?
Look, I would say to give them 60 days would cost us significantly less. And in terms of the control of the project or knowing about the outcomes of the project, I think once you start to go down the foreclosure route, I think our city attorney had sent out some documents related to that and what that all entailed. With that, we could be hanging out with a lot of questions unresolved for several months, if not years.
Thank you. I'm against going into closed session for those reasons. Thank you.
Alderman Slotnick.
Yes, I didn't hear any indication that there's any additional information that would be gained from going into closed session, so I oppose it.
Thank you. If you guys just want to clear your lights. All right, so there's a motion to go into closed session if you'd use the board. So that motion fails. We're going to stay in regular session.
I'll make a motion that we grant 60 days to the development team and to report back to the council.
All right, so we have a motion by Alderman Joe Moore, second by Alderman Bill Galvin, to grant 60 days to the owners, the team of the Northland Hotel, and come back and update this council in 60 days. Any discussion? Alderman Zima?
Well, there were other options that I wanted to talk about in closed session. Something's going on behind the scenes here because we normally talk about these things, but, there is a performance bond. I believe it's $29 million that could be enforced because the project is at a standstill. The developer has defaulted on various counts, not just one count, of the agreement with the city. And maybe it's time to pursue the performance bond that was in place and try to bring in somebody who will, put out a request for bids or proposals to finish this project. The current developer hasn't proven himself worthy, really. And I think it's time that we look to see if there are other people out there completely outside of what I consider a fiasco at this point in time, who could help finish this project and get it online as fast as possible. And that is another approach we did not receive anything from our department about that option, which has always been in place, as far as my knowledge goes. But there is a $29 million performance bond that I think can be put to use at this point in time, because this thing has dragged on. I mean, how many years later are we on the, suppose from the original time that we were going to open this project? It's at least a couple of years. And of course, when you have the present developer that has defaulted on his previous loans, defaulted in firing the management team that actually got the original loan in place, outside the agreement with the bank. It's just, I don't really want to continue with this person if we have any other choices, and I would like to examine all those other choices. So I'm not interested in giving them another 60 days. I think we need to pursue other ways to remedy the problem.
Thank you. Alderman Tom Duane, this is on the motion.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep.
You know, I have to say, I appreciate Mr. Randa and his team to coming forward. I think I can go back months and months and play the tapes from our council meetings, and the exact same thing was said today. This continues to go on. We get no information, or not enough information, just that someone's gonna come. Now, we've talked about this. You yourself, Your Honor, said last time, you guaranteed that they'd have somebody by this time. We gave them, first time they wanted additional time, we gave it to them. Then it was 45 days. We probably gave them 90 or 120 days. And then they came back and you gave us the same conversation. I'm trying to word properly so I don't offend anybody. That, hey, 60 days, we're gonna get this done. And now we got the exact same thing. I want this project done more than anybody, but I really believe in order to do that, we gotta go in a different direction. I'm not gonna support the motion tonight. In fact, I don't know, if our attorney can tell me, but I'm gonna make a motion to foreclose tonight. I feel we need to get this project done, and the only way we're gonna do that is to get this going. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if someone can second that.
The motion is old for 60 days. Which goes first?
It's an amendment to the motion.
It's not an amendment to the motion. They're two separate things. One's for close and one's 60 days. So which one takes precedent?
Then we're taking the.
Yep, I just want to know which one takes precedent. That's all. There's two motions. There's a motion to hold for 60 days and there's a motion to foreclose. I'm asking her which one takes precedent.
It would have to be
Yeah.
considered an amendment, so it's not, it's a foreclosure.
Okay. So we're going to take up the 60 days. Alderman Randy Scannell.
Point of order. Point of order, Your Honor.
All right, what's your point?
The point of order, I want to hear the reason on it. Mr. Duane made a perfect amendment. Why is it out of order?
It wasn't accepted, for one.
Wasn't accepted by who?
The person who made the motion. Motion was made by Alderman Moore, second by Alderman Galvin. Alderman Duane asked to amend that to add foreclosure, and he said no.
How long have you been mayor of Green Bay?
15 years.
Going on 15, okay. You're telling me that someone needs the permission of the person who made the original motion in order to make an amendment? Are you kidding me? Made a motion.
He made a motion. Look, we got a motion on the floor. I'm going to dispose of that first.
Well, I'd like to hear from our attorney why I'm making a motion.
It's totally out of order.
Go ahead.
It's all on camera too, folks.
Yes, sir, it is. So the reason we can't deal with them at this isn't like a referral. It's not like a request to hold. It's an actual it's an actual motion. And so motions that have the same type of a effect are treated the same way. It's not, clearly not an amendment, because that's not what the alder intended. Instead, it is a separate motion, so you have to deal with the one that's on the floor before you can take up a new one.
Motion by substitution, Your Honor. I want to make it very clear that I believe the motion is correct. This should come first. Motion by substitution.
I'm gonna check, I don't think that takes precedent, but let me check with the parliamentarian.
No, it's not going to take precedent.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to hold this for 60 days.
So again, it's not on here. It's just it's a different motion unless he's trying to amend it. That's the only thing that's going to take precedence.
There's a motion on the floor to hold this for 60 days. Use the board. That motion passes by a vote of 7 to 5. Thank you for coming. Those of you who are here for the Hotel Northland, and clerk will continue.
We're on to committee of the whole, request by Council President Duane to discuss with possible action the Brown County room tax and resolution, and consideration with possible action on county sales and room tax proposal, including draft agreements pledging city room tax and cooperating in regional promotion and development of tourism, along with resolution authorizing and directing that the city of Green Bay room tax revenue be used to support the new Expo Hall project.
All right, Alderman Duane.
I'm trying to, okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I think there's going to be a lot of discussion on this tonight, and I'm sure a lot of people would like to speak before we get in discussion. I think right now, the best thing to do is to open the floor for interested parties, so we can.
Okay.
What's that? Yeah, we can go right into it.
All right, so there's a motion by Alderman Tom Duane, seconded by Alderman Mark Stoyer, to open the floor to hear from interested parties. All in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, nays. So right now, the City Council is open the floor to hear from interested parties regarding possible action with the Brown County room tax resolution. Is there anyone who wishes to, actually I have some of you who are queued up, so why don't I just take these from the clerk, and then I'll ask if there's anyone else who wants to speak. Supervisor Pat Evans, Ron Zellers, and Don Soch, S-O-C-H-E. If you could queue up here, state your name and address, please, for the clerk. And I'd like to hold this to maybe 3-4 minutes, if that's okay.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Wait, Pat, hang on. Go ahead.
Supervisor Patrick Evans. I represent District 9 on the county board, which is, of course, in the northwest side of the city of Green Bay. I live at 1692 Nancy Avenue. First of all, I want to thank Mayor Schmidt for the opportunity. We talked this weekend, and we met yesterday. I want to thank Executive Streckenbach. I want to thank President Council Duane and Alderman Moore. I think we had some great discussions. We were kind of doing it a little bit parallel to each other, but what has happened is we've been able to move the needle have what is best for Brown County as a whole. Now, you guys are going to decide on what you want to do. I would ask that you move forward and support this. You have the excess room tax coming back to the municipalities, certainly what both plans wanted. The plan that the mayor and I talked about was using the 0.5% sales tax excess dollars at the end. What is interesting is today I talked to the Corporation Counsel, Henry, and because I was looking at the resolution that the county had, and there was some discussion out there, there's statements saying, well, if the county reaches the amount for all the projects, then the 0.5% sales tax would stop. That's not true. That is not in there. The only way that the 0.5% sales tax would stop is if the county surpasses the 2018 mill rate within that 72-month period, or we go and basically bond. There's nothing that states that if we get to X amount of dollars, then it stops. So there is a great opportunity. This is really kind of something that's maybe a win for everybody, and certainly a win for all the municipalities. If you believe that there will be excess sales tax dollars in the 6th year, certainly I'm hoping that the county board will vote to return that back to the municipalities, just as happened with the Packer tax, and I'm pretty confident that would happen. We've got 26 supervisors. We all represent our own municipalities, and we all want to make that work out. So I just want to thank the mayor again. We worked on this. We worked on the KI together. There's a great opportunity here. This is really a pinnacle of a project that will benefit all of Brown County. I want to thank Alderman Dwayne, Alderman Moore, and County Executive Streckenbach. We moved the needle here. We got people talking. I think it was all positive in our talks. Sometimes, you know how things people get a little heated, but that's okay, because what we want to do is make sure that we're moving it forward. And so I just want to ask the City Council tonight to approve moving forward with the Expo Hall. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Question, Pat?
Absolutely.
Hang on, Randy.
That's not even on the agenda.
Yeah, no.
Thank you. Just talking about the excess sales, the sales tax.
Yep.
That is not a decision we will be involved in here at this council, correct? That is something that the county needs to work on, and
Correct.
I certainly support.
Yeah.
But that's not really a factor in our decision here tonight.
Well, I mean, the mayor and I talked about using excess tax dollars to give back to the municipalities, because that is the best thing. That's your decision, what you want to talk about or not talk about.
Well,
I would say that it's a county board issue.
Right.
I mean, certainly it is. The county board passed it, so. But you guys can talk about if gravity doesn't work. I mean,
Right.
It's seen the city council, just like the county board, talk about all sorts of craziness. So
Right. But
you can talk whatever you want.
Right, but there's no vote that we would be taking on that. That's strictly the county's business that we can hopefully influence down the road and.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. I
mean,
just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, yeah, I guess I could agree with you on that. That's fine.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Dorf, or Alderman Dorf?
My light's on. Is my light on?
Yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Evans. Do you believe it was the intent of the county board to allow excess of the sales tax to go to the municipalities when they voted for this in the first place? Or do you believe it was their intent that if whatever needed was paid off, that then that sales tax would end? What do you think was the intent?
Well, a good question. The problem is that there is no answer to that, because there is no intent. The resolution states that the sales tax is for 72 months. The only way it could be stopped is if the mill rate for the 2018 mill rate increases, or the county then decides to put out some general obligation bonding. The mayor and I, in good faith, negotiated. We talked. We came to an agreement. We thought it was the best for Brown County if there are additional sales tax dollars. And of course, I would have to bring that back, and it depends what happens here tonight. I would put that in as a communication, and then of course that would go to the county board on that. So the intent of the county board was to pass a 0.5% sales tax and to utilize the room tax to fund county projects without bonding for them and to build a new expo hall.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hang on, Pat, I got a couple lights and I'm not
Sure.
sure if they're all for you. Alderman Tom Dwayne, did you have a
No,
question?
mine won't turn off. I keep hitting it, it won't turn off. I hit it like a million times.
Alderman Moore? Do you have a question for Supervisor Evans?
I was gonna beat it, but there we go.
All right. Sorry, all the lights went off.
Well.
All right, thank you, Pat. Supervisor Evans.
Thank you, Council.
All right, Mr. You just want to hit your light? Don't just hit your light, and if it comes on, I will recognize you. Now your light is on, and I will recognize you. Alderman Zima.
Just so I understand things correctly, Mr. Evans, who exactly appointed you or authorized you to negotiate on behalf of the county regarding this matter?
Thank you for that question. I, as a county board supervisor, have the authority to talk to whoever I want. I noticed that there was no communication, or I noticed that there was nothing happening with this issue, Mr. Zima. So I said, after
really? I wasn't aware of that.
Well, I felt that way. I talked to you on Friday, and we discussed the letter that you had received, and I said, that's interesting. So I made some phone calls, and I thought, well, you know what? I'm going to reach out to the mayor. We worked together on the KI expansion. That went well.
I just asked a simple question. Who appointed you or authorized you to do it?
I authorized it myself.
Okay,
I don't
that's all
I don't need your
That's
approval.
all
I don't need I don't work
That's
for the
right.
county executive. I don't work for the
Mr.
county
Evans,
board
I just
chairman.
asked you a simple question.
I do what I need to do.
I wanted to know if the county
Right.
had authorized you.
No, what I agreed to was I was going to bring back to the county board, and from there it would be vetted. So, but I'm elected, Mr. Zima, to get things done, and that's what I try to do. That's pure and simple. Thank you.
And was welcomed in my office.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Okay. Next we have Ron, is it Zellers? Zellis? Hi.
Hi there. My name is Ron Zellers, and I'm here supporting the Greater Green Bay Lodging Association. Our board voted a few weeks back to unanimously support the decision because it's important to our industry. I'm here representing the multiple hotels that are part of the Green Bay Lodging Association, their owners and numerous employees that we feel would be very well impacted by this particular project. Continuing to grow the room numbers or the number of hotels and the open rooms in the city creates the need for additional events and venues that will fill those room nights. So I'm just here to lend my support to the project and on behalf of the Greater Green Bay Lodging Association members.
Thank you. All right. Ron, 1 second. Alderman Zima.
Thank you for coming.
Yes, sir.
I just, there's been so much that's been in the paper and emails and everything else. Exactly what did your association approve? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm assuming that it was that you wanted to encourage the city of Green Bay to approve the use of the room tax to complete the proposed new center out to replace the arena.
It was actually prior to that, we voted to approve the actual plan in place that involved the project for the city and also to extend payments to help fund the Expo Center. We haven't actually met since.
I guess, could you just explain it a little better?
Yeah.
So it wasn't.
It wasn't to use the tax actually, the excess tax after the fact, if that's what you're saying, but we voted, we met, discussed, and voted to support the project.
You were in favor of the Expo Center?
Yes, sir.
So you're just here to say you're in favor of the Expo Center?
As part of the Lodging Association,
And
yes, sir.
so how we get there is not important to you, just that we get there?
Yes and no. I guess it is important that it's fair to everyone involved, yes. But it's important to our industry that we get there, absolutely, yes, sir.
Well, I'm just trying to understand exactly what you approved, because you said
We supported the project from the beginning. What was laid out in front of us, which is very similar or the same as what you're going to hear tonight from the president.
Was it essentially what the county executive proposed?
Yes, sir, exactly, yes, sir.
Nothing more, nothing less than that?
Exactly.
Okay, thanks so much.
Yes, sir.
All right, Don, and then John Gard and Brad Toll.
Don Saha, I live at 1125 Raleigh Street, Green Bay. I'm just a homeowner. I'm here to support the 0.5% sales tax. I did talk at the Brown County meeting. I did say when we got rid of it, I did not notice any difference. When it was gone, where it went, didn't notice anything. I live 4 blocks away from there, so it doesn't get used very much. The new expo hall would actually help, maybe get a little bit more events coming. I know when they have the monster trucks, it's pretty loud in there. You can't really do it very good. There ain't enough room in there. So we know the Madison Aging Alliance Center for tourism believes a number of events have taken place there, and they are starting to move north. We already got the basketballs. We got a lot of stuff that was strictly at the state. Now it's moving north. It's more centrally located. The room tax was designated to help communities build and maintain convention centers that would hold our community benefits and economic impact. So not only will it do that, but it'll create a lot of jobs, I think, keep a lot of people working. I don't know, for me, it's a no-brainer to maximize the corner of Brown County and make it, a regional destination. I think it would be a good fit. I also think the Expo Center would link the downtown district of Ashwaubenon with the Legends District, develop and create, a corridor, from I-41 to Ashland Avenue, which would, help maintain a thoroughfare to downtown, and connecting corridor to Military Avenue business too. So I think with the proposed, I believe Brown County said it was, gonna bring in like 225 million. I think it'll do a lot for Brown County, much needed stuff. So.
Thank you.
I'm here in support of it, so.
Thank you. John Gard, Brad Toll, and Ted Ginaway.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me a couple minutes to speak before you tonight in favor of County Executive Streckenbach's proposal that got through the county board in the month of May. In the last number of years, I've been involved in a variety of ways in helping get a series of projects done with a great amount of cooperation from people I worked with over the years, from the Crest Event Center out at UWGB to Lambeau Field, to even the KI Center downtown. Just a couple years ago, we helped the state kick in $2 million or so, I think it was, for the KI Center downtown, and a lot of other governments obviously participated in helping make that happen. I believe in Green Bay. We moved our business down here a year ago. We live in Brown County, have been here for 10 years. Have been trying to be as active as we can in the community, employing people, paying taxes, doing all the things you do. I don't think there's a person in the county that goes into the Brown County arena and says that building should still be there. I don't think that, I have never heard anybody say that is a thing of beauty that ought to be preserved. But I also know in politics that moments come and moments go. And if that was easy to replace, it would have happened a long time ago. But it's not easy. It takes courage, it takes leadership, and it takes an understanding of looking forward, not looking backwards. And the county board and the county exec and a lot of local leaders from other local governments stood up and did something that people have been unable to do in this county for decades. They're fixing some roads, they're buying down debt, they're lowering property taxes, and they're investing millions of dollars in a new expo center that is going to pay forward in this county for years to come. And I know it is easy to chase the perfect deal and say, the heck with the good deal. But when you look at how people like me who live in Swamico and work in downtown Green Bay, when you drive out by the Brown County Arena, I would be willing to bet the vast majority of people do not know where the exact line is to Ashwaubenon and Green Bay. It all feels like Green Bay. And I know there are several hotels out near that expo center or arena that are in the city of Green Bay. And I know that all of us benefit from significant investment there. As a former author of the bill to renovate Lambeau Field, I can't tell you the number of times people come up to me and say, if I had known it was going to be what it is, I would have voted yes. And I don't think there are many people who believe that whole development out there has underperformed in payback to the taxpayers, payback to the trades, to all the people that built that through blood, sweat, and tears, and certainly in creating a lot of enthusiasm for young people to move back to this area. And that's the moment we have right now. That's the moment we have right now. The easiest vote in politics in all my years, I said the easiest vote is no. But true leaders stand up and do the right thing at the right time when the moment presents itself. And my experience has been the window of opportunity is usually open for a very narrow period of time. And I want to compliment the county exec because he stood up and was counted, and the county chair, Moynihan, and others for doing the right thing that a lot of people had always said, you know, a guy ought to do that someday. And I think you are right on the edge of the moment where you can have a state-of-the-art expo center that's going to draw all kinds of activity here, all kinds of economic development, create a lot of jobs, and be of value long-term for the taxpayer. And that's what we're asking you to do here tonight, and we certainly would appreciate your support. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
All right, thank you, Brad, Ted, and Ed Jensen.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. My name is Brad Toll. I'm the president of the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and I live at 1246 Prairie Falcon Trail. The Convention and Visitors Bureau Board of Directors also supports the county executive's plan, and in particular tonight talking about the expo hall and getting it built. We've seen some tremendous growth in tourism over the last really couple years, 16 and 15, both more than 4% growth in direct visitor spending in our area. And we've seen attractions that are investing, the things happening at Bay Beach. There's things happening throughout our community at our attractions, concerts coming in, Billy Joel. On the weekend, the convention center is performing brilliantly, as we had hoped, and it's exceeding the projections. With that then comes investment from developers and lodging. We're seeing hotels being built, 396 rooms right now under construction. So banks end up lending money. People are hiring. We've got a lot of businesses that are hiring people in the tourism industry. And of course, that leads to more tax revenue. So things are going very, very well. Unfortunately, our competition is doing the same thing. They're also investing in trying to grow the tax generators for their community. Wisconsin Dells just announced Kalahari is doubling in size. Fox Cities just sent an RFP out for a new sports complex that could compete with some of the things that we have here. What they can't compete with is a place like the Legends District all the way down to Titletown. They don't have a Lambeau Field sitting next to where they're planning to create a sports complex. And there's our best pitch when we're trying to bring in sports tournaments is winning the title in Titletown. And now we'll have a title town, we have a Legends District. This is really a perfect complement to put right in the middle. It's positioned perfectly. The buildings currently benefit the Legends District in the hotels that are sitting there. We have the Badger Northern Michigan game coming in this fall. They're staying at, I believe, the Hilton Garden Inn and the Spring Hill Suites. So those buildings continually generate business that direction. This past weekend, Antiques Roadshow was in the building. We worked on them for more than 10 years to convince them to come here. It was not an easy sell. They were finally here this last weekend. Everything went well, other than the little tornado warning that took place at the end. But they filled the Tundra Lodge for 3 days. That was where they were staying. So again, great business for that area. The executive producer at the end said, "You get us, that expo hall will be back." They were very tight in the building, and of course the technology was a bit outdated for what they were trying to do. But they loved Green Bay. They loved the people here, they loved the service they got, and they'd love to be back. We just need the facility for groups like that. The building there is pretty much untapped when we talk about a large expo center. We haven't had that as a facility. The building is sort of chopped up, and you have to go down a ramp and around concessions. So we really haven't even been able to sell that as a large expo center. Also, in that area, and maybe not germane to this, but the fairgrounds is another area we've not been able to sell. When that gets renovated, again, that's going to generate some great business for that area, for the Legends District. My sales director is here too, and I know we kind of wrote both names.
That they each get, you're at 4 minutes now, Brett, so that'd be great.
Okay,
Beth,
can I defer to her then?
we gotta be nicer than that. I'll give her another 4 minutes, so Beth,
Thank
come
you
on
very
up here,
much.
yeah.
Hi, good evening. My name is Beth Ulatowski. I'm the Director of Sales at the Greater Green Bay Convention and Visitors Bureau. It's my job to sell this wonderful city to meetings and conventions, sporting events, trade shows, anything that brings people into Green Bay, has them stay for a while, leave their money here, and hopefully come back again. So at these various trade shows and events that I do attend, I have found that in speaking with these people, the 100,000 square feet mark is kind of that magic number that they're looking for when bringing their trade show or their larger event to a city. So with what we're looking at, it kind of fits in perfect with what a lot of groups are looking for. I personally feel the study, the numbers that the ACOM study produced are very conservative. I know once we get out there and we'd be able to sell this facility, not only the CVB, but PMI staff as well, I know we can blow those numbers out. As I said, I think they're conservative. With a larger building, brings in more people, more room nights, and generates more money. These past few weeks, I've been doing a little research, looking to see what's out there, what might have some interest in coming to Green Bay should we have this complex to sell. And contacted a few groups that have outgrown us who are very interested in coming back, along with contacted groups that have met in the Midwest that would fit this new building perfectly. A lot of interest. I'm very excited about the opportunity, and I think it would be a huge benefit to Greater Green Bay. As Brad said, I guess it's really important to remember that our largest flat floor space up until this would happen is 43,000 square feet. So once I started talking to people and they said, well, we need, 80, 100, 125, that conversation pretty much ended. So we haven't even started to tap what's out there. And so we're really looking forward to the opportunity of meeting with these folks and bringing in this new business for Green Bay. With that, as soon as this complex would be approved, the CVB, along with the staff at PMI, would start the sales project, much as like we did when the KI Convention Center was approved. Our staff, along with the Hyatt sales staff, really went out there and started selling. And as Brad said, we've exceeded the expectations for the KI Convention Center, and I'm confident we can do the same thing with this new complex as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Beth. Ted?
Good evening. Thank you for taking a moment to listen to what my support is here for the room tax. Thank you for having me. My name is Ted Gumini. I am from Plymouth, Wisconsin, W6467 Birch Tree Road, Plymouth, Wisconsin. I represent the Northeast Wisconsin Building Construction Trade Council. We have 34 union construction trade organizations and 29 counties of Northeast Wisconsin. We stand in support of the room tax. So the Brown County Board of Supervisors approved around $20 million in excess room tax to build the KI Convention Center expansion. It is time for the Green Bay leaders to also do the right thing and allocate their excess to help the community build a new Expo Hall. The Expo Hall will help secure our economic future as a tourist destination and bring over $130 million in economic development into the first 10 years. This also means jobs. Most of the other municipalities understand the economic importance and have supported the new Expo Hall. If the city continues to wait until the August 15th deadline, it will kill the county's entire debt reduction infrastructure and property tax relief plan, costing us millions in property tax increases and loss of hundreds of jobs. The county plans makes investments in county infrastructure, cuts county debt in half, and provides property tax relief. This benefits all property taxpayers in Brown County. There are no municipality borders in our community. Most importantly, it provides $250 million in new investments to our community, which means jobs. It also helps create a community that attracts hardworking families, private investments, and businesses. The majority of the building construction will take place in Green Bay. In closing, these are much needed investments, will keep our entire community strong while making us a destination of tourism and hardworking families and businesses.
Thank you, Ted. All right, Ed Jenny, Joel Denny, and Pat Buckley.
My name is Edward Jensen. I live at 541 Alpine Drive in Green Bay. Start by giving you three little quotes, or three statements. Citizens United, does that bother anybody? Corporations are people too. And only the little people pay taxes. Those in the housing industry or hotel industry know who said that. Lorena Helmsley. You know, I'm not here to support the 0.5% sales tax. And that's true leadership when someone stands up against what would be the lion's den the other way and say what's on his heart and mind. You know, the Forward Brown County group, I have some stuff from their website. A lot of impressive names. Some I may know a little bit about, some I don't know at all. And also there are organizations that support this. The Labor Council, Bay Area Community Council, the Greater Green Bay Chamber, the Lodging Association, Wisconsin Restaurant Association, Tavern League, Convention and Visitors Bureau. And I could even name corporations like Gannett, who of course publish the newspaper and tell us how we should support this. But you see, I have nothing to gain from it. I'm not in business in Green Bay. I don't own a hotel, I don't run a restaurant, I don't have a tavern. But I'm going to pay the 0.5% sales tax if that passes. And what am I going to get out of it? Well, the last time I was in that arena was this year. I went to the Baja Shrine Circus. I don't know if that'll fit in something new. Who wants to put some smelly animals in there and mess the place up when it's so brand new? But, you know, it works fine for the circus. But I would say this, it's easy to support projects you benefit from. at other people's expense. And I would caution you and urge you, as I did to my Brown County representative, let's let the people decide this. You know, we the people. You know, there's been such a rush to get this thing done. We got to get this done. And maybe it's a wonderful project and it all sounds good and it looks fine on paper and everybody says, yes, if we do this, it'll be great. And maybe it will be. I'm not saying it wouldn't be. I'm just saying that if it was such a great idea, what took so long for it to come forth? Why didn't it come forth 3 years ago when the Packer tax stopped? Should have been right there. But like I say, I have nothing to gain from it. And a half a cent may not be much, you know, and I'll survive if it passes. But again, let the people decide. We, the people, should be deciding this. Thank you.
Thank you. Joel Denny, Pat?
Joel Denny, 3283 Peterson Road, Green Bay. This alleged deal the mayor made is nothing more than a distraction and a willful delay that is not only illegal, it is nothing more than an attempt to quell public outcry against the Hotel Northland project. Mr. Mayor, you are beyond out of line here today. We the people will not forget that you sent $500,000 to wrong accounts. Your office, your attorneys sent those disbursements. A senior lender has left, and we have had construction halted. I will say everybody needs to be made whole in that project. Now you're saying you're against this hotel tax because KI needs a maintenance fund. Why? Are they not making money, or did you forget to add it to the budget? Why didn't you work with the county board on this last month, maybe a few months prior, to get this on there? I would also like to remind the mayor and the entire council that each community voted to commit room tax money that is rightfully theirs and give it to Green Bay for the greater good so that they could expand the convention center. Now when the tables have turned, Green Bay is the only community to not express support because they aren't getting enough. Are you kidding me? Every single community sees a greater good in this plan except you, Mr. Mayor, who has been the sole recipient of this room tax for the last decade. This is a definition of greed. This is a definition of big government. This is why we need to seriously look at what's going on here. The mayor negotiated a deal without the support of the Brown County Board. Furthermore, this goes against the ordinance passed last month. This is illegal. You're wanting to increase the tax for another year. This is not what was agreed to by 23 county board members. I was at that meeting. I spoke passionately against the sales tax. My opinion on that tax has not changed. This so-called deal makes this even more unpalatable. I cannot support this at all. We the people will not stand for this. Once again, the mayor is trying to use the hotel tax revenue as a personal piggy bank. When is this going to stop? We need to realize that we are the county seat, and we can't keep bending the hands that feed us. We need to cooperate. Now, the agreement I was reading, made by Alderman Moore and Alderman Dwayne, need to be adhered to. Not this other deal made in a back room. I am referring to the county ordinance, section 9, subsection 902, which states, shall be utilized only to reduce the property tax levy by funding the below specified projects. Now, the KI Convention Center is not on there. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Pat, and then Mark Becker.
Good evening. Patrick Buckley, 3249 West Point Road, Green Bay. I'm a resident of Green Bay, obviously. I'm a county board supervisor. I'm a business owner in the city of Green Bay. And I'm looking at it from a different angle than what you've heard. And I will try to be brief with my comments because you'll probably have a long night here. I want to express my disappointment. It was just a few short years ago, we were in this room. Actually, we were just outside the door. And the mayor was trying to get us to vote for the KI expansion. Don't get me wrong, I was for it. I still support what we did back then. However, in the numerous conversations we had with the mayor, I had with the mayor, he pledged his full support for the Expo Hall. And you said you would support the Expo Hall when the time came. Well, the time's here. And when it came out, so did your hand. And you wanted more. And that's wrong. The KI Convention Center, when everybody else in the county voted for it, they didn't put strings attached to it. They didn't come out and want money from the city. Now that the county is putting together the Expo Hall, the city feels like they should put strings attached to it. And I think that's wrong. They got their money to build the Expo Hall, or sorry, the KI expansion. And again, I support that, and I would still vote for it if we had to go back to it. But the time now is to look at the Expo Hall. You know, the question's been raised tonight, you know, why hasn't this been done earlier if this is such a great plan? Well, most of the time people have run from the topic of tearing down the arena and, oh, no, you know, you're not going to get reelected if we vote to put that on the tax rolls, you know. This has also been, there are other avenues that have been proposed over the last probably 4 years on how to fund the new Expo Hall. And just recently, what I mean by recently, this year, when Executive Streckenbach brought this proposal forward, at first I was a little leery. It took me several days to read through it and think about it. And then when I looked at the plan itself and how it would reduce the county debt, it would take care of a lot of capital problems that we're facing. But I still want to see how we're going to get the Expo Hall done. And that was through the room tax. Again, the county was there for the city when they did the KI. And looking at this proposal, now the county needs the city to be there just like everybody else, the other 5 communities that are already passed this, no strings attached. Now, when I voted for this, we'll save a question. When I voted for this a short time ago on the county board, my intention was to see it pay for the projects, sales tax it is, and if there's anything left over, because it was supposed to stop when the projects were done, if there's anything left over, it's supposed to go towards debt relief. Now, in 6 years, another county board could do something else. They can vote to do something else with it at that point. That's their choice. That was my intent, because I don't want to see tax dollars that haven't even been collected yet be committed for something else. Because then the tax is never going to end. Now, I will say, I have to give credit to Executive Streckenbach and his staff for taking the bold leadership of putting this out there, knowing that it might not be popular. Then you had 23 of the county supervisors that voted for it. They showed leadership in doing it. You have 5 communities that have voted for it. You have numerous business people that are here to support it and that have come out publicly and supported it. They need to be thanked. Now it's your night to take a look at this proposal. And I would urge you to approve it, and let's move on. And let's show the citizens of Brown County that we can make a difference. We can do something right for a change. Instead of just kicking the can down the road that's been done ever since I've been on the county board. We've been kicking the can down the road to address the arena. Now's the time to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Mark Becker?
What's going on, everybody? Boy, it's nerve-wracking on this side of the aisle.
You gotta be
how
up
you
here.
feel, and Mr. Mayor, you feel with everybody looking at you. So this is something different. I want to speak in favor of the plan that we voted on at the county board level. You know, no one, I think, thought this plan through quite like I did, and the reason is, when I campaigned for the office that I hold now, I said that I was not going to vote for a 0.5% sales tax. I have to hand it to County Executive Troy Streckenbach, the plan that he put together, because what this does, and I'm sure everyone, who, you're elected, so you've been paying attention quite a bit to a lot of the issues that we've had for well over a decade. It takes care of these issues, and then does two things that I also felt very strongly about when I was campaigning: debt reduction. It reduces the debt, and property tax reduction. It does that all without raising people's property taxes or asking people to pay more in terms of homeowners. That's something that's very important to me. That was a very difficult vote for me to take, but I knew that it was the right thing to do. There are times when a vote comes before you and it's so blatantly obvious that it is the right thing to do, and you got to do it, and it's sometimes difficult, but I want to encourage every single one of you that are here tonight that's going to be taking a vote on this issue to do the right thing. Sometimes it's difficult, but sometimes it's so obvious that you just have to do it. So thank you guys. I don't envy your position. I know you guys are in for a long night, and we are tomorrow too, so hang in there, and thank you guys for the time.
All right, thank you, Supervisor. Is there anyone else who wants to speak to this specific issue? You just come up to the podium. I think there's two more. That's it.
See anybody.
Right, B. Those are all the cards I had.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just gonna make one ask, see if it wants to speak for 3 or 4 minutes.
Kathy LaFave, 1731 East Shore Circle. I'm a newly elected county supervisor for District 6, been in a little more than a year. But I've also been involved in different things in the city over the years. I was on the Park Board Committee when it was a citizen board, and involved with sanctuary and different things. So I've been involved in the city issues over the years and a little bit with the county. So, but the reason I want to talk is that when Troy Streckenbach mentions taxes, that made me think, oh, I'm going to listen to this, because Troy has tried to keep taxes down over the years, and some of that's good and some of it's bad. So when he proposed this, I really listened, and I went through what they had presented, and it was very well thought out. It was one of the best plans I've ever, seen. So I completely supported it. When I ran for county supervisor, when I talked to people in my district is basically a working class district. We don't have rich people. We might have a couple that are a little rich, but most of these are regular people. And when I mentioned to them that my philosophy is that if there's a program that's well-run, it's needed in the county, I will vote yes. And I had nobody tell me, oh, no, we don't want more taxes, we don't want this. They all agreed that this is important, because in my district too, I think I had a lot of people who either work for the county or the city or have people, relatives, and they know the different things that are going on, and they believe in this community, how important it is to bring the economy up. And we are right now running, I guess our economy is slowing down a little bit right now, and we're not getting the growth that we thought. So this is going to help us a lot, because the majority of this tax is going to be paid by people who don't even live in this county. So it's not going to be city people, it's not, it's going to be people that come in. I think they said like a third at least will be paying for this. So to me, that's a no-brainer to go ahead with it. So, and when I had to vote for this, I didn't have time to go to a lot of people, but I went to a few people in my district here and there. When I explained the whole situation, what we're doing, and I had one person who said, oh, no, Green Bay is terrible. Oh, I got to pay for the road and blah, blah, blah. I'm going to move to Accountant County. So I didn't tell him good luck. But, he's against all taxes. But the majority of the people said, vote for it. So I think they understand this, how important this is. And I think it's time that the city vote for this, help us as we helped you.
Right.
All the communities helped you before, and it's time that you help us, because this will help everybody in this community, not just county. It'll help everybody. Okay?
Thank you. Kathy, there's a question for you, Alderman Moore.
Yes.
Thanks, Your Honor. More so just a comment. Supervisor LaFave and I share a majority of the area. In fact, my entire district falls within her supervisory district. And I would just like to lighten the mood for just a moment to point out that she said that our district is comprised of mostly poor people. and
Well,
follow
that-
that up with many work for the county and city. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Not really poor, come on.
Oh, you said it. All right, thank you. You know what? I missed a card, and it was totally my fault. John Gard. Your dad was up here, and then but then I see Irwin Street, which is our neck of the woods, so come on up. Oh, I'm sorry, John. Kathy, Supervisor LaFave, if you could come up, there's a question by Alderman Slottick, and I missed that.
Thank you for being here. Did you read the AECom study on the Expo Center?
Some of it, but it's very, very detailed.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
One of the details that's in there is AECom did a analysis of how much of the sales tax is paid by non-residents, and they concluded it's 11%, not
Okay.
1/3.
Okay, before, right, maybe I missed that part, but before they said like the Lambo tax, it was they were figuring about 1/3.
Well, that was a very popularly used figure for a
Yeah.
long time, and I have always thought it was heavily overstated.
Could be.
But AECom says it's 11%.
Yeah.
So
But
most
you know,
of
the
this,
room tax-
90% of this tax is paid by people who
Right.
live in the
The
county.
0.5%, but the room tax, most of that would be paid by people who
The room tax, yes,
outside.
but not the sales tax.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Anything else?
Mr. Gard? Yeah, we're good. We're just, yeah, that's all it is. John, come on up. We'll go through that. This is confusing.
Hi, my name is John Gard, different John Gard, and I am here representing a relatively underrepresented age group, and I guess from what I've been told from economic development events and the state of the city, I'm relatively a hot commodity in that I went to high school here, I left town for college, and I came back, and allegedly that's what everyone wants here. So I also just bought a house on the east side of Green Bay here, not December last year. So I'm not here to kind of be disingenuous and talk about taxes and things like that, because everyone here has more experience in that front. I'm just here to represent the point of view of people that are my age, and also the business that I help bring downtown, the one that I have to do all the hiring for, and I'm hiring people my age to kind of share the struggle, but also the hopes for the future with that. People my age are kind of fleeting with what they want, but one of the really things they want are things to do. And I'm always trying to explain to people how Green Bay isn't just the Green Bay Packers, and I know everyone here believes that fully. And I'm therefore in favor of this Expo Center and this entire plan, because it's investing in the future. And it's investing in my ability to hire more people at my age and grow my company and attract younger talent to this area, because there's more to do when it's not football season. There's higher caliber events, and there's things that are showing me as a young person who's right now struggling to fill roles, or justifying different decision-making process on the business end, but also on my personal life, that the elected officials here are following through with their word that they're investing in the future. I've been to several events downtown. I went to the State of the City, and as much as I hate Facebook, I followed your advice and shared the whole video. I was really inspired by everything that you guys are saying that you want to do for this area. I love the city of Green Bay, and I want it to continue to flourish and grow and think forward. And I think missing out on this opportunity right now is a scenario where I'd feel like I was being left out, and we weren't thinking about the future. And I would be really bummed to see that, because I know as much as I'm an underrepresented age group now, people in my age group are listening and watching, and they're going to notice. And I hope no one thinks that they won't notice, because they will. They've got their phone in front of their face all the time, and it's something that we're paying attention to when we're looking where to live after college. So that's all I have.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, anyone else wishing to speak to this, you state your name. If you just queue up behind the line here at the podium, and your name and address, and
Rhonda
3
Sitnikow,
minutes.
828 Pine Street in Green Bay. I promise you that the last speaker and I did not plan this, but I'm going to piggyback on what he said. If you truly believe that the mantra of attracting and retaining young talent has any teeth. As he explained so well, he basically said most of what I was going to say, but attracting and retaining young talent, this proposal takes care of that. If you truly believe that, you will support it as presented, and that's pretty much all I have to say. So please and thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kevin Keene, 2158 Charles Street. I live in East Pier. I'm owner of Keene Printing, and last week, Thursday, we celebrated 35 years of being a good member of downtown Green Bay, and we're really pleased to be here. And I may be a little worse for wear for that, but I would like you to support the proposal as it was presented by the county board. My son also is like young John Gard. He came back from Madison and decided he wanted to get involved in the printing business with his dad. We think that this is a very important thing to continue the growth of Green Bay. I also want to tell you that I'm also a transit commissioner for Green Bay Transit, and I also am chairman of the governing board. You too, I know. Yeah. And I'm also chairman of the governing board for the Neville. So I wear a few hats. There are no borders with the hats that I wear. Green Bay Transit covers Green Bay, De Pere, Schwabenon, and the museum is for everyone. It's a county facility, but it's for everyone. I think that this proposal is a good proposal. I'm in favor of the sales tax, and I hope that you all are too. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hi.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Celine. I'm the Government Affairs Director for the Greater Green Bay Chamber. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Chamber and also our Young Professional Advisory Council. Just to reiterate our support for the proposal, we do think that it has a lot in common with our young professionals and for all businesses in the community. So I just wanted to remind you that the Chamber is very supportive of this proposal tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ron Antono, 3589 Nicolay Drive. I'm here on behalf of myself and Plumbers and Steamfitters Local 400. Support the project as was passed at the county board level. Supported a lot of things in this community, and I'm strong favor of this. I enjoyed going down to Madison with the mayor when we were working on the KI Convention Center. I think we do need a lot more state assistance up in this area of the woods. And I hope we move forward with this and other great projects like this for the community. I hope you vote in favor of it. And thank you very much for your consideration and time.
Thank you, Ron.
Troy Streckenbach, 205 Miramar Drive, Green Bay.
Mary Kardowski, President, Village of Ashwaubenon.
Tonight, Mary and I stand here before you, and as I look across and look at the city council members and the mayor, you know, we've had a lot of different conversations. I've been in this position for 6 years. Worked very closely with the city to bring forth what I believe is a success, and it's doing exactly what Mr. Toll and the mayor talked about with the KI expansion. And in the end, it was a project that Supervisor Evans helped bring forward to the county board to get approved. And here today, you know, I'm standing here with the Village of Ashwaubenon, which technically represents the other half of the room tax collection when you look at the total collection that's brought in. And so we have an opportunity, you know, and I'm sitting here listening to the debate, and I'm sitting here wondering to myself, I've met with most of you multiple times over the course of the last couple of weeks. We've had phone conversations, we agree to disagree, and sometimes we had the conversations at county board. But in the end, what I really think we have an opportunity as a community is to raise those borders. You heard someone talk about, this is really not about a border issue. And I think actually the city council has an opportunity to actually have a lot of pride and be very proud of what this overall project represents. Brown County took a very important vote, something that a lot of people didn't think was actually going to take place. Some people didn't feel that we would be able to actually get the votes to make it happen. But I often use the analogy, when you're a stick, you break relatively easily. But when you have this many people, the majority of them, supporting you, you're strong. And when you heard those different organizations by the gentleman who was opposed to the sales tax, when you hear that many organizations, that many people coming out to support something, it tells you it's more than just someone's idea. It's a community's idea. And the reality is that we do have investments that we absolutely have to make in order for us to be competitive for future generations. We know that communities throughout the United States are making investments. It's a discussion that you guys are having every day in your council members. And so from this standpoint, rather than us talking about borders or this is our pot or that pot, let's talk about how we should be celebrating this and looking forward to being the completions. Let's look for the opportunity for us to have the shovels going into the grounds. Let's look for the fact that we're actually making an investment in our community rather than fighting over how we get it done. Because in the end, Brown County's made a 23-3 vote on a tax that most people are fearful because they know there are elections coming around the corner and they're going to get voted out of office. But we did what we felt was right for this community. In the end, we're asking you to join us like we joined you back in 2012 to build the KI expansion and recognize the investment that this has for the city of Green Bay. It has a significant amount of investment into the city of Green Bay. If you could tell me that the Expo Hall on the village of Ashwaubenon does not benefit the Dudgeons District plan, doesn't benefit Lombardi Avenue, doesn't have a positive impact on the development that you have on that corridor, then I'll stand aside. But I know it does. When you think about the libraries, the museum, those are all important aspects. We have the director, we have someone from the foundation here. Those are all important quality of lives. And speaking with Alderperson Galvin, we talked about the mental health issues and the things that we're trying to do with our jail. Because we know that when we have law enforcement traveling around with an individual in the back of their car for 12 hours, not having a place to go with that person, it causes stresses on the resources of this community. We know that we play a partner in that solution. And so one of the things, as the county's struggling how to manage its overcrowding of its jail, we know that when we peel back that onion, there's a mental health solution in there. Supervisor Zim has been leading the charge at the county level to get the county to think differently. And somewhere in there, there's a solution. So from my perspective, rather than looking at this as a city against the county or the county, this is something that we should be celebrating as a community.
30 seconds.
Thank you. We should be celebrating this as a community. It's an opportunity for us to stand up and say we're going to make an investment. And what we're asking for the city council to do, based on the amendment that's brought forth by Alderman Moore, President Duane, is to allow for the excess of the room tax in 2029 to be brought forward and to help fund the new expo hall that will benefit this community as a whole. And so for that, I know my 30 seconds are up. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the individuals who met with me to have a very important conversation about how we can make Brown County a destination, Greater Green Bay, Northeast Wisconsin, a great place for everyone to want to live. Mary?
I would just like to say that as the president of Ashwaubenon, I've been going through some of the old records. And in 1999, the local leadership came together and they built the Resch Center and the KI. And in 2012, they all came together and they put the money towards KI expansion. And I'm just asking that all of you will come together and support the expo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Or anyone else? Anyone else? All right, there's a motion by Alderman Nicholson, seconded by Alderman Vanderleest to return to regular order. All in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and we are back in regular session. If You have the floor. Alderman Dwayne, you had the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to thank everybody that came forward today. I know a lot of people talked tonight about the half-cent sales tax, but that's not what we're talking about here tonight. We're discussing the room tax and whether or not Green Bay should become a partner with this. I'm very proud to say that being a Brown County supervisor, in my last going on 12 years, that I voted on many things in many municipalities as a Green Bay resident to support their projects. The De Pere Bridge, many highways, different aspects throughout the county, and never once was it talked about, well, it's De Pere against Green Bay, Ashwaubenon and Green Bay. I look at this as communities working together, making an impact. If anybody doesn't think that what's done in Ashwaubenon along the road there doesn't affect Green Bay economic-wise, bringing more ideas and bringing more people wanting to come into the area, it's really, I can't even fathom that someone's thinking differently on this. This is really a good agreement that has come before us tonight. I'm hoping that all the aldermen will come together and do what's right on this. This is a regional thing that people have come together, put something together, and like it said many times before, the Expo Center has been the rest center. There was no qualms about getting that passed. People knew it was going to be good for Green Bay, but it also going to be benefiting them in the long run. There wasn't much discussion. Now we got a good plan, and I can't really believe that it's been so harshly discussed. Municipalities often work together, and I tell you, I believe there's 5 that voted on it, and they impacted Green Bay greatly throughout my years. I hope everybody here in good conscience votes for this. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Alderman Dwayne. Alderman Joe Moore.
Thanks, Your Honor. Just to be proactive and answer a question ahead of time, I'm going to say that nobody gave me authority to negotiate anything, and I never looked at it as a negotiation. I raised some concerns, and they were addressed, and that's really how this all rolled forward. It was all about communication. It was communication with the mayor's staff. It was communication with Director Vonk, Director Chavez, really, and then of course with county supervisor, and he's going to hate it, but former Representative Weininger, and we were able to say, look, these are the questions that I have. Look, I mean, as a chair of the finance committee, I can't vote on things if I'm not knowledgeable on them. And this is definitely the most complicated thing that I've had come forward, because I had to go back from a time before I was here and go through some documents and see what exactly was done in 2012. And then looking through this original packet that came out and asking questions. And Mayor, your office asked me a lot of these questions if I knew what was going on, and those raised a lot of red flags for myself, which is what has caused a lot of these discussions with the county. So to bring these amendments forward where, this surplus can come back to the municipality once these reserve funds are met, I think that was really important. But that's not just for Green Bay, that's for all 7 municipalities that are paying in. This is a benefit to all of those municipalities, something that could garner support. I certainly don't want to be the person that kills this progress. I've had a really, really important conversation with a young professional from the West Coast who moved to Green Bay. He's got kind of a dual residency. But he said what he loves about Green Bay is that we are right now where Portland, Oregon was 15 years ago. It's projects like this that we get done now that is going to help the city grow. Look, I'm not saying we're going to grow into Portland, Oregon, but these important, really important decisions that we've made in the last 5 years that I've been here, apartment towers, KI expansion, and An expo center would be amazing. University Avenue redevelopment, Velp Avenue redevelopment, Legends District. We've got a lot of things we can hang our hat on right now. In 15 years from now, we're gonna be able to look back and say, wow, we made that happen. I think it's really important that we do make this happen today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Alderman Tom Slottick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There are three numbers that are important to me as I think about this matter. The first one is $131 million, because that's the amount of sales tax that the people in this county are going to pay over the next 6 years if we go forward with this. The second number is $21 million. That is the amount of property tax relief in County Executive Streckenbach's plan. So property owners will get $21 million in property tax relief over the next 6 years, while everybody is putting $131 million in. So the third number, of course, is the difference, $110 million, that's the net. That's what it's gonna cost the people of the county. And if you wanna take your 42% figure, you know, you can figure out how much of that is coming from our residents. That's, I think, wrong. And I urge the county board to put this to a referendum. I think if you're talking about $100 million net take from the people, that should have gone to referendum. And they chose not to do that. I thought that was a mistake, and I'm not gonna support something that's gonna let that sales tax go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Mark Stoyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, I've had the opportunity to talk to a number of people, both in the city and the county side. When I moved here in 1981 to work for the city, I was a cartographer, if anybody knows what that is. So I know where all the borders are of all the communities in Brown County. But with this type project, I don't see borders. You know, I live in Green Bay. I've chose to live in this city for 37 years, but I have shopped and gone all over this county. It's a great county. You know, I look back at a number of the projects over time where the city took care of the library and the Neville, the health department. We had a city health department. There were a number of county functions now that were handled by the city, but now the county handles them. So you can go back and forth about cooperation and things on that order, but you know, sometimes the window is very narrow. What Mr. Guard and Mr. Buckley stated were spot on as far as I'm concerned. I appreciate all the efforts that Supervisor Evans and the mayor, as well as Alderman Duane and Alderman Moore have brought forward. I appreciate that they're working on these things, but of course, we only had a couple of days to really digest all of this, at least some of these referendums, or these, not the referendums, but the changes. So all I'm saying is that the county voted 23-3. They represent quite a bit of this county, and I'm fully in support of what that came forward, and I appreciate the county exec Streckenbach bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Nenning and then Dorf. Alderman Nenning, hang on.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Your Honor. I do have a few questions on this. You know, we just got this packet emailed to us last night. When I printed it out, it was something like 135 pages. And, you know, it's difficult to digest all of that in a short period of time. Now, I'm not opposed to the county exec's proposal. I thought it was a real progressive thing. We had the sales tax to pay for Lambeau Field, and look at how much was accomplished in a period of less than 15 years. And, you know, I think there are some opportunities here, and you know, as a county resident, I am very pleased to see a lot of things met. Now, I do have some questions on this, and I'd like to ask a couple of questions. One is that there's been discussion in the news media the last couple of days, or today, I guess, about the maintenance funds for both KI and the Resch Center. Can anyone explain to me how this changes the current arrangement, what the current arrangement is for maintenance funds, and what it would be under these documents?
Dr. Vonk, if you want to, or Cheryl, or I can weigh in on that, however you want to do it. Why don't you take that?
Sure. For the KI Convention Center, as part of the redevelopment authority, as you know, owns the facility, leases it, has a lease with the city, who then has a sublease then with, or a management agreement with Hyatt to manage the facility. Within that management agreement, there are stipulations. They pay a fee, and part of that goes into a maintenance fund. The balance of that fund is just around $1 million. I'm just going to check with Cheryl. 1.4, so a few more payments have been made. And that fund is intended to be for capital improvements, generally over $5,000. Cheryl Wig in our office has been working with Hyatt in terms of developing a capital improvements plan. Looking at the original KI and in terms of investments that are needed in the future. There's things that are just, look, the carpet's worn out, tiles worn out, fresh coat of paint. It's looking its age and needs things. But there's also some more significant needs that are out there, including maintenance of the elevators, HVAC equipment, 2 chillers on the roof, which alone would be $1 million. All in, I think loosely we've identified probably over $6 million of needs there, which we don't have the funds to do at this time. With that, my understanding is that in the proposal from the county, there would be some stipulations that the sales tax money of that, part of the purpose, item 5, maintenance at Resch Expo Center project, the $10 million would be placed in a fund to do maintenance at both the Resch Center and the Expo Hall.
Okay. I think you want to be a little clearer on that.
On
That's not addressing the $6 million. Do you understand that?
Correct.
Okay.
So just so I'm clear, so for the KI Convention Center, that maintenance fund, that management fund is paid for by the manager of the Hyatt. There's certain monies that they pay that have to be set aside in a reserve for that maintenance fund. We have a cooperative agreement between the city and the manager, discuss how those funds are to be used. And as I mentioned, we've identified just initially a capital improvements plan that first take, we probably got over $6 million worth of improvements that need to be made to it. Those have to come out of that fund. If not, then it'd be up to the redevelopment authority to otherwise figure out how to fund those. For the new Expo Hall project, those funds, the sales tax will provide a maintenance fund of $10 million to provide maintenance at both the Expo Hall and the existing Resch Center as I read the project.
Okay, so there's currently not any room tax that goes for maintenance or capital improvements at KI?
That is correct. So right now, as the room tax comes in, we collect 10%. There's money that's taken off in terms of a percent goes to Ashwaubenon, a percent goes to the city of Green Bay. Then there's a net result from that. Then 2% is taken to the CVB, and then there's a 4% for room tax administration that goes to the city. And I don't know if Diana want to talk a little bit about that fund, but in terms of that, that is not for maintenance of the KI Convention Center.
Okay, I see some of our county people in the back talking among themselves. Is that information correct? Oh, okay.
Yeah. The information you have is correct. I don't want to muddy this, but the Pat Evans' proposal had 1% of room tax going into fund KI 1 and 2 to help offset that $6 million. But the information you have in front of you right now is what Kevin said.
As presented, there would be no funds provided for maintenance of the KI.
Okay. Second question I've got, and I think this is for you, Mr. Mayor. I got an email today from someone that said that that in reference to the KI Convention Center funding, that when other municipalities voted for the use of room tax money for KI, it was because they were told that Green Bay would back the expo hall if and when the time came for that vote. Is that correct?
I always felt we needed an expo hall, yes. But I don't think it was that clean of take all our excess money. I wouldn't have said something like that. I would have said, you know what? We'll support an expo hall, right? We started in 99 with Rush, KI 1. 2012, most of you voted on that. It was the city money. They gave us permission to use our money to build KI 2. That's what happened. They gave us permission to use our room tax money to build KI 2.
Right. Excess money that came from the city room tax.
Right.
Okay.
And now, when those get paid off in 2043, those bonds for KI 2, they're asking for the excess. And I support an expo hall. Do I support giving all our money, or should we talk about maintenance? I think that's a conversation that Supervisor Evans and I had, but that's not what's on the table right now. What's on the table right now is all excess. And if the question is, did I say I would support an expo hall, the answer is yes.
Okay. Now, I've been putting information together from various sources, news media and documents I've been able to find, and discussions with county supervisors and Mr. Streckenbach, and I've heard different numbers as to what the length of the commitment would be for the room tax for the exhibition hall. I've heard 2043. One supervisor told me 2047. Another one told me 2049, and I think I've got a document that says 2050. Is it basically open-ended until whatever amount of debt is left on the project is paid off, or what is the length of this?
Diane or Kevin, that has changed.
Sure. We've been trying to get the same answer as well. One of the preliminary projections looked at bonding 25 years starting in 2019. So in essence, it would be done in 2043, which is basically equivalent to when the KI expansion would be paid off. Since that, further discussions with Village of Ashwaubenon and the county, we have seen additional scenarios where it's been pushed out to 2048, and another scenario where it's been pushed out to 2050. One of the things, and defer to the city attorney, but reading the agreement right now, there is no specified end date in the agreement as proposed before you today. So that would kind of be up to, I guess, the bonding, whether that's a 20-year, 25-year, 30-year bond, in terms of when our obligations would be until. Given, probably 2050 is as long as we would see go out if they decided to wait until 2020 to do the bonds, and took 30 years to pay them back. But as the agreement is written right now, there is no expiration date stated in there.
Okay, is there an estimate of what the total amount of room tax from the city of Green Bay imposed room tax, what that would be over the length of this? I know we've heard different numbers, but is there any estimate on that?
Yes.
I think you may have that.
So I looked at, we received, as you did, the amended agreements last evening. Within there, I believe it is in the, bear with me a second here, in the amended and restated cooperation agreement, towards the back in the appendices, there's 3 flow charts. One of them talks about room taxes, how they flow until the 2012 and 2016 bonds are paid. So that's basically taking us out to 2029. And there's another formula that says, here's how we pay it after those first bonds, which is basically Rush Center and KI Original, until KI Expansion has been paid. So that takes us out to 2043. And then the third chart is room taxes flow after KI Expansion bonds are repaid. So basically that's 2044 and beyond. So that is basically how the money flows through that. So based on projections, and I took the assumption, and again, this may change, I took the assumption that was presented to the village of Ashwaubenon, and that is projections that debt service would be a 25-year bond, would be taken out in 2019, interest rate 4.25%. So all in, basically, the hypothetical debt service of $173 million, and that would be paid off in 2043. And so I looked at, okay, between now, 2017 and 2043, based on those projections, they projected, well, let me just talk a little bit first. So basically we have net room tax after the things are taken out, those administrative fees. Then we have a flow that basically goes to pay off Resch Center and KI Original. There's a balance after that. Then goes to the room stabilization fund. That fund's full. I don't see that, unless we have some really awful years, I don't see that dipping or any need to fill that up. So basically we can bypass that. So we've got a balance. Then that goes to the KI expansion. Then everything after that is basically an available balance for another project, in this case the Expo Hall project. There's some additional revenues. County's projecting $8 million for naming rights, $14.7 million for sales tax revenue. So now you basically have a balance, a room tax balance. Some of that money then goes to the Expo Hall. Then there's a balance after that. After that balance is done, there's a chunk that goes to the VCB. After that balance is done, there's a chunk that goes into a reserve fund, which needs to be maintained at $2 million. And then as proposed in the amended agreement, I think this is what Alders Moore and Dwayne were talking about, if there's any excess left, then that gets sent back to the municipalities based on where it was created. In Green Bay's case, it's about 43%. That may change, but for our projections, we said it's going to be 43%. Starting in year 2030, it changes a little bit. They got to fill the reserve fund before they do the VCB. But otherwise, then after that's been done, any balance left goes to the city of Green Bay. During that time, they projected room taxes will grow 4.76% per year. We've run scenarios at 1, 3, 5. 4.76 was the original. I assume that is what they're sticking at. That is what we used for our numbers, 4.76% growth year over year. With that, between now and 2043, that net room tax will be $274 million. Of that, about $118 million is generated by the city of Green Bay. So from that net room tax, you basically take out a balance for the Rush Center, the original. That leaves you about $255 million. In terms of going to the Expo Hall, $173 million to that Expo Hall, leaving over a balance, some going to the VCB. Based on running those numbers, when all is said and done, the city of Green Bay then would get back about $6.5 million in excess of the excess of the excess of the excess. We're the last bucket on that flow chart. So just to compare that to our current agreement that we have right now, if we look at the agreement that is in place right now that keeps flows of funds going to Resch, to KI Original, and then after those are paid off to KI Expansion, basically more or less the agreement ends in 2029, and it's every municipality for themselves. In that case, we basically, again, if we look at that period, we're still going to generate $118 million worth of room tax. With that, if we leave the documents as is right now, we would get between $46 and $51 million back to the city. So pretty substantial difference. That is the proposed change, and that's based on our flows, based on the numbers that we got this morning. Again, I mean, it's going to vary a little bit in terms of where that debt service comes in, but those are kind of the numbers we're talking about. I don't know if Finance Director Allenbecker want to add any more.
Danny,
Your Honor, if
do
I
you-
might.
Alderman Dwayne?
And I think for Alderman Netting too, and our council, I think we have a bond council here that might have better information or understanding what's going on. Is he here? Mayor, Your Honor, can we open up the floor so he can respond to, I mean, I think it's important. Make a motion to open the floor for interested parties.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to open the floor to hear from the County Bond Council. All in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nays. Ayes have it.
Law firm of Reinhardt, Berner, Van Duren in Milwaukee. Special counsel to Brown County for the last 3 weeks and working on amending the documents that took up so much of the agenda package you received. I apologize. For those of you who waded through it, I admire you. The summary that the Alderman gave us was very good for a very complex area. There are some nuances in there, but in the overall scheme of how the monies are allocated, he was spot on. What changes when we, should this project be approved? It changes things differently for 3 different time periods. The first is the time period from now, from 2018 through 2029. The county has agreed that it'll fund a $500,000 reserve account that's limited from non-room tax sources, whose use is limited solely to payment of debt service on the KI expansion bonds, should there be a shortfall in room taxes. That ought to provide some level of comfort that a down year, the city has got a little bit of a buffer against the consequences. The second major use is if the Expo Hall bonds are issued, it's available to pay debt service on it, but only after the debt service on the KI expansion bonds is paid in full. Should there be anything left after the Expo Hall bonds debt service is paid, which is unlikely, some money could go to the VCB in an amount that starts at roughly $200,000 and increases by $25,000 a year up to a maximum of $500,000 in 2032. After the VCB gets paid, the room tax stabilization fund is increased from its current $5 million level up to $7 million, which I believe the city's or county's financial advisor has suggested is a more appropriate level for that reserve fund, given the amount of debt that would be outstanding. So that's what happens through 2029. In 2029, the original Resch Center bonds and the original Convention Center bonds are paid off. What's left outstanding are the KI expansion bonds and the Expo Hall bonds. At that time, the Green Bay room taxes are taken out of this flow that goes through a trustee situation involving Associated Bank, and they are paid over to Green Bay to be used to pay itself the administrative fee in the same amount it's now receiving, and then to pay debt service on the KI expansion bonds. Also in 2029, if you go through the whole flow of funds and there's any money left, the money starts to be distributed to the municipalities on a pro rata basis. That is based on the relative amounts of room taxes collected from establishments in each jurisdiction. The final time period is after 2043, when the KI expansion bonds are paid off. It Depending on how long the bonds are for the expo hall, they could be being retired at relatively the same time. If they use 30-year bonds like they did for the original Resch Center bonds and for the original Convention Center bonds, it would go out to 2048 or 2049, depending on when those bonds are ultimately issued, which I think is a function of how quickly the design, construction, and bidding can be done, project sized, and all that stuff, which will take a while for a project of this size. Want to mention one other thing. There was some talk, and I've been involved, some talk about maintenance and room taxes to pay maintenance. And room taxes cannot be used to pay maintenance. Room taxes can be used for tourism promotion and tourism development under the Room Tax Act. That involves, there's defined as marketing projects, media buys, and so on, transient tourist informational services, and tangible municipal development, such as a convention center, such as the Resch Center, such as the Expo Hall. It does not allow room taxes to be used for maintenance. So, again, it's, I don't know if I've stayed within my 4 minutes, but I'd be happy to try to answer any questions you might have about how these documents work.
We're good.
Thank you.
Very smart group.
Hey, good evening. My name is John Meehan. I just wanted to follow up on a couple things. I'm working with Baird, and actually I worked on the 1999 issues for the Resch Center and the KI initial issues. The 30-year is a time period. You possibly could go out 40 years, but you can go out 25 years. It's a matter of running the math. For the first two issues, we did 30 years, and the math was the appropriate way to go. For the KI expansion, we did 25 years, different market, different time period, but we could have gone out 30 as well. We use estimated interest rates. We run it at 1%, our room tax revenue growth at 1%, at 3%, at 4%, at 5%, at 4.76%. You run a variety of scenarios. You look at a lot of different scenarios. We used a dated date of December 1 of 2018 for the Expo Center. We used June 1 of 2020. It's somewhere through there. So once again, you run a lot of scenarios. And I think as far as the 4.76, that magical number is only because it's the average growth in room taxes since 1999. That's where that number came from. So like I said, 1, 3, 5, 4.76, it's a process. It's continuing to update information, run numbers, watch the market, watch interest rates, and ultimately there'll be information provided as far as the project size. But it's all, from our perspective, running the math.
Dave? Alderman Denning, I'm sorry.
So with the projections based on the historical data, would you say 30 years, or what would you say?
I'm sorry, can you hear the call?
With the historical information that you've looked at, would you predict 30 years, or what would you predict?
I would predict 30 years. Okay. Yeah, I would predict 30 years, I would say I could see that as the structure, and that then goes back to what's the start date. You know, is it June 1 of 2020? Well, then it's a 50-year amortization. Do I see it any later than 2020? I don't think so. I think it's sort of the end point to an earlier point.
Anything else for the bond council, or else I'm going to bring us back to regular order?
Motion to return to regular order.
All right, by Alderman Denning, second by Alderman Vanderleest. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nays. Ayes have it. Alderman Denning.
That's it for now, Your Honor.
All right. Anybody else want to talk about this? Alderman Joe Moore.
Your Honor, I would like to make a motion that we approve the resolution authorizing and directing that City of Green Bay room tax revenue be used to support the new Expo Hall project based on the documents presented to us tonight.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion by Alderman Joe Moore, seconded by Alderman Tom Duane to approve the documents that were presented to us. Alderman Guy Zima.
Thank you, Your Honor. I tell you, I'm getting a little nervous here. the 2048, 2049, I'm going to be 102 or 103 years old. I'm not sure.
Something tells me you're going to be here.
You're gonna be here. Right there.
Well, I thought we needed to break up this serious conversation a little bit. But is what's before us, if I understand it, is that we are dedicating the excess room tax to the Expo project. Is there any other string attached to it? Is that it? I mean, is that, Mr. Moore, is that how you understand it? Okay.
Hang on.
I just want
One
to
thing
get
I
that,
just, Dr.
just want
Bonk, I
to
want.
get that clear.
Yep, yeah, I think that's a fine question. Kevin, you want to just,
So if you look at the pledge, the second amended pledge and security agreement, on page 7, section 4.06, sub B, sub 2, sub B, in terms of where I talked about that waterfall of paying things, do you see where I'm at? It says second, to pay municipal development costs for the Expo Center project, including the payment of debt service on any Ashwaubenon CDA bonds that may be issued to finance such project. Look, it's just my understanding that that could be the Expo Hall bonds and/or any associated development that comes along with that project. So I would say that's a little bit nebulous or room for wiggle room in there. It's not directly saying it's including the bonds, but the statement is municipal development costs. So I guess that's defined in the definitions of the other agreement, and I guess you can interpret that as you wish.
Okay, well, I don't know, I guess I'm interpreting that, from everything else that heard said here tonight is that, it's unlikely that there's going to be any excess of the excess of the excess. I mean, we're kind of talking about something way out there in Never Land. And like I said, I guess it'd have to be about 102 at that time. So I don't know. I was not in favor of the sales tax, the way it was rammed through the county board without vetting or taxpayer input, taxpayer approval. I and 7 other people on the county board wanted it to refer for referendum. And, nonetheless, the county board, in their infinite wisdom, passed the sales tax, and that vote is behind us unless somebody reconsiders. I personally think it was an abomination how it was pushed through the way it was, but that's the truth of the matter. A lot of people wanted something, and I was in the minority on that. And that said, the room tax is what's now before us here tonight, not the sales tax. And in the expo hall is a proper use for the room tax that really doesn't negatively affect Green Bay in any shape, form, or matter. It's actually right on our border, isn't it? Do we speak with forked tongues that we're really in favor of, but we're not in favor of it? I don't know, I think wasn't that Gore that did that? I can't remember. But anyway, it seems to me that we've been told that the room tax can't be used for maintenance. That was one of the arguments here. That said, I mean, I think the city does have other options. I've always thought that the lease price of the convention center is pathetically low. I used that word once before tonight, but I'll use it again. There are other ways for us to raise the money we need to do the proper maintenance. I think anybody has to look at what's being paid for the use of a $40 million structure. It's almost sinful. So that said, I just feel that I'm voting on the room tax here. It's a proper use for it, so I'm in favor of it. It doesn't affect my taxpayers one iota. Thank you.
thank you. Alderman Weary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks to all those who came tonight and sitting through all this. I know a lot of them have to do it again tomorrow, so it's appreciated. It's been quite the fun week. I think we'd all agree. News conferences and almost news conferences and saber rattling and cloak and dagger. And that was just Colburn Pool. That's not even this issue. But the proposed tax has generated a lot of buzz. We all know that, and it's been a positive buzz. I'll tell you, it's been positive from what I've heard. The new expo center, the museum work, the library work, the STEM center, the jail. Maybe that hasn't received positive buzz, but the other ones have. They've really created a lot of positive. And when people who are concerned look at the details, they see that there's offsets. It's not just another new tax. There's things there. So obviously, we're just dealing with the room tax part. Mr. Mayor, I know you sent out the email on Friday, or your development team. I know you're part of that, obviously. Are all those concerns still valid for you, all 8, for your team?
Are the concerns still valid? They haven't all been answered to the satisfaction we would like, but we've addressed them all with some of the county people, yes.
All right, so, 'cause I was gonna say, I think Supervisor Linson had some really good responses to those on social media that answers it all pretty succinctly, so. They didn't seem like pretty valid concerns.
Okay, I'm not on social media, I don't know.
All right, I was concerned that they were really more of a distraction than a concern, so I'm gonna set that aside, and I'm in favor of this, and let's get it going. Thanks.
Alderperson Dorff?
Thank you, Your Honor. I am definitely in favor of this proposal. Overwhelmingly, the constituents and others that have contacted me have been in favor of it. I see it as benefiting, particularly my district with the STEM center, the jail. And I do see it as something that, well, I guess that would be the sales tax, wouldn't it? Sorry. Got mixed up between my sales taxes and room taxes. But I'm definitely in favor of having this new expo center come into the county, and I think it will do a lot for the city of Green Bay as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything else? Use the board? Yep, I got it.
Yeah. It's for support. Yeah.
That passes on a vote of 10-2. Thank you. All right, clerk.
Report of the Personnel Committee.
What are your wishes regarding the report of the Personnel
Move to
Committee?
approve.
It's a motion approved by Alderman Tom Dwayne, seconded by Alderman Randy Scannell. Can we just get this report done and then, or you want to take it now? Yeah, you do. This is P&W.
You said
Yeah, you said
personnel.
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 Okay. Can we take P&W so we can get them out of here, or do you want to? They've been waiting. I told them I was going to take it earlier. All right, we'll take a 5-minute break. Be nice to me though the rest of the meeting.
And then what are we taking next? Is it personnel or P&W? If it was personnel is what they approved.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. Well, we tried. Oh, we're very long for a minute talks. I agree. But I do appreciate your position. 100%. We were doing the math and it was like, we're getting and then people realized that they saw the tax reduction. We started crunching the numbers and I'm like, let's assume that they get the $44 property tax reduction every year. It looks like it's probably going to be retroactive $44, not be anything.
Property tax, they take $1 million off of the county property tax revenue first year, and then it reduces by $1 million to year 6.
Yeah.
So if you had 654,000 or 21 million,
So we were looking at it, and if you drop it down, even just assuming it's $44 a year, the average household averaged, I think, like a $250 reduction versus how much, like, when with the average amount the average household spends with the same size, and it's like $500 or $600 that you end up paying, so it's double what you would have been because of saving. So, I agree.
there's a lot of money at stake. People get really enthusiastic.
And I'm sorry, but telling us that we're going to jail is not giving us anything.
That's right.
Yeah. You are. I'm in your district. I am. Yep, we moved in December. King of Arms. I know, I never get your name because we always have meetings on Mondays, though.
We'll see that neighborhood association, a great bunch of people. Very strong, in fact, the leader of the neighborhood association is a fellow named Jim Jones. And he used to work up on the 5th floor. He was a lead inspector for the city.
Oh.
And now he's doing a wonderful job with the
Yeah, I've been really impressed with our street. We get flyers every month. We get, we have socials and stuff. We were actually planning on going to your ice cream social and finally meeting some of our neighbors and whatnot. But we ended up having family came into town, so we're going to take them instead.
So we're in King of Arms and
We are on Crusade.
on Crusade.
Yeah, we're liking it.
I guess I gotta treat you better.
You treat me well. I got cold.
Here's Joe Warren.
I was sitting here and I was like,
You should know those like snuggie things that you can crawl in. That would be hilarious. Get one with your official City Hall emblem on it.
oh, I would be okay with that.
Yep.
How are you doing?
Good. It's good. Married off my daughter. Married off your daughter.
Where'd we leave off?
Yeah, you already did a first and a second on it.
Personnel?
Yeah.
We're gonna pick up on personnel, which is,
That's next.
what page is that?
14.
Page 14?
Yep.
All right, we're picking up on personnel, page 14 in your packet. What are your wishes regarding the report of the personnel? There's a motion by Alderman Randy Scannell, second by Alderman Dave Nenning, to approve the report of the Personnel Committee. That was for the meeting held on Tuesday, June 13th. Any items in this report you wish to handle separately? Number 8. Hearing none others, all in favor of the remainder of that report, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, nays. The ayes have it. All items have been approved with the exception of item 8. What are your wishes regarding item 8? Motion to approve by Alderman Scandal, second by Alderman Mark Stoyer. Alderman Moore.
Thanks, Your Honor. I know we've addressed this before, but Chief Smith is here, and if you'd like to address it now, then we can do away with this item.
Chief, did you want to comment on this? It's number 8. It's on page 14A. Hang on. I got to find Chief. There you are.
Yes, sir. So this came about when we had a discussion. We had a meeting of the direct reports, and we were briefing the mayor, and we got briefed on active shooter situations, and we had some specific videotape of a situation involving a council, a town council like this town council. They had an individual walk in and ended up shooting several of the people that were in there. The concern was brought up that this is an open meeting. People are not checked on the way in. There's a lot of heated discussions, as we've seen, that go on here. And so it seems to me, and I think it was agreed to amongst the group, that in the interest of public safety, it would be a wise investment to have a police officer in here besides myself to ensure that the safety of all of us that are here. So what we have is we've asked our senior lead officers, or our community policing officers, to take turns, and once or twice a year, they come in, sit here, and just monitor and make sure everything goes right. Again, nobody's searched on the way in here. People may or may not have weapons in here, and it can, as you've seen, these meetings become very contentious. So I think in the interest of public safety, it's a good idea, and it gives us a degree of comfort knowing that we have one of our finest officers here.
Alderman Moore.
That being said, Your Honor, I would just make a motion that we receive and place on file this item.
All right, there's a motion and a second to receive and place on file. Alderman Zima.
Thank you, Your Honor. You know, I guess I'd like to direct another question to our police chief. Reviewing everything that you said of why you have an officer here at our meeting, if that is true, and I take you at your word that it is, why would that not apply to other meetings? That we can have the same sort of people attending or not attending? Why is it just this one?
I would certainly entertain anybody's suggestion to have a police officer at those other meetings. However, there are a lot of those other meetings. The ones I've been to have not been as contentious nor as well attended as this meeting. But if that's something that the board would like me to take a look at and consider, I could come up with an estimate of what it would cost to have an officer at all those meetings, and we could certainly consider that. That has not been brought to my attention as a concern, and as I said, those meetings seem to be less contentious and much less attended than this meeting.
Well, there certainly are meetings that are very poorly attended, and then there's others that are attended by quite a few people. So I don't know, are we going to also provide that protection at any time we know there's going to be a crowd, or that we think there's going to be a crowd? Do you think that would be appropriate? Because I don't think you can have it both ways.
I would suggest that if have a meeting that's scheduled, and if anybody feels that there's some kind of a public safety concern, if they would give me a call or contact me, personally, I will make sure that we have a police officer come and attend that meeting, whether it's a community policing officer that is, that's working on duty, or whether we call someone in from the road. But if there's a concern that some of those meetings are well-attended, contentious, and tempers are gonna flare, there's a public safety concern, I'm happy to provide an officer for those meetings.
The reason I bring it up, Chief Smith, is that, you know, in all my years in this room and other rooms, I've never ever felt threatened. Once in a while, there's a couple of people arguing about something, but I just, I don't know, what does it cost us a year to have this here? Did you say that was not anything at all? It's just somebody, they're not doing some other work?
Sir, it depends on how long the meeting goes. You know, sometimes they can adjust their hours, so if the meeting goes quickly. Regular work time, however, meetings like this or ones that go late in the night, obviously we have to pay them overtime to be here. But I had one officer here just a few weeks ago who was in plain clothes, and she was our humane officer. And because of the contentious nature of some of the people that spoke and some of the strong feelings they had against that officer in particular, the fact that she was in plain clothes and not armed herself at the time, I had the officer who was present escort that officer down to her car because I was concerned about her safety, just because of the anger that the folks had that she'd taken one of their dogs away, I think, in this particular case. So I was awful glad to have that officer here in that particular instance, and that was just a couple months ago when we had our humane officer in here.
Oh, so dog issues is what we have to worry about.
Oh.
I don't know. I just feel that, you know, the communication was brought in, and I think we're treating it kind of lightly. If it's important that those same dog people were at the Protection and Welfare Committee, and something could have happened there too, I guess. So I don't know. To me, it's kind of an all or nothing type situation. I would be in favor of referring it back for a little more discussion on this, because I quite frankly, I mean, over the years, off and on, there have been officers in here, and I think if somebody anticipates something that might really get the emotions of people, I think it's, you know, using your good judgment, Chief Smith, that it's appropriate, but to have it for every and all meeting, I don't see the need for it. I've never felt threatened, and I don't know that anybody else has. If one or two people feel threatened, you know, we don't change, we don't turn the world upside down because of that. Sometimes people feel threatened when they're not threatened, but, you know, people get excited.
So what do you want to do?
I said I'd like to make a motion to refer it back for a little further discussion.
All right, so there's a motion by Alderman Zima, second by Alderman Nicholson to refer this back. This is on referral. Alderman Nicholson, ooh, lost my screen here. Now you are.
Thank you. Chief, you brought up an incident. Was that in Kirkwood, Missouri?
You know what, I don't recall the specifics of it. We did watch it where an individual walked into a meeting very similar to this and ended up shooting several of the individuals that were there. I don't recall exactly where it was.
Mayor, was that Kirkwood?
Oh, I don't know.
You remember when I brought a Kirkwood police officer in twice? A friend of mine that I used to work with in Kansas City?
I do.
Okay, and we discussed this?
Yes.
And all of a sudden, I don't know, about 6 months later, we have the presence of a police officer now. Well, do you know the history of this? I mean, Jim,
This has nothing to do with your friend coming in to visit me.
I believe it does, but
Alderman Dwayne and I talked about this. The chief went through some active shooters and.
No. I mean, just this started, I'd say about 5 years ago, roughly.
Okay.
I mean, that was such an isolated case. It really was. I mean, I could tell you the whole scenario. It was over parking tickets. And the gentleman thought he was going, if it's the same one, is that where the mayor was shot? Chief?
My recollection is that several people were shot in
Okay.
in that incident.
The video that we saw had multiple shootings and
Okay,
took
well, I
place
was
at-
just asking,
Okay,
because I know
I'm
this
not-
all got started when you asked my friend from Kirkwood,
Okay,
so. That, and I do remember it. If you don't, Mayor, I do, because we talked about it twice. But, Chief, question, you said, no, do the officers, are they paid overtime when they're here?
It depends on how late the meeting goes. They can adjust their hours past a certain point, but if they end up staying beyond their regular to watch, they get paid overtime.
Okay, what about comp time? Would they take comp time instead of overtime?
I mean, time for time, or so I don't know the answer to that. I believe the answer is according to Ms. Boland, the answer is they can take their choice up till they can fill up their bank up to 80 hours.
Right. And I did talk to some of the Green Bay officers, and they are the finest. Very fond of them. In your department, you're absolutely right on that. But is it fair to the neighborhoods that if they use comp time to guard the mayor and the city council, that they're not in their neighborhoods? Is that fair? I mean, do we need the police presence to protect the city council and the mayor? I don't feel so. I'll protect myself. Because if anything happens, I mean, are the police department really going to protect us or the mayor?
Sir, I think the point would be that they're here to protect.
No, that's a question.
It is.
Can I ask questions?
That's a legitimate question. I'll answer.
Thank you.
The officers are here to protect everybody in this room, and as you can see, there's 40 people sitting over there that are also possibly could become a victim of a crime here. I think it's a wise investment. I think it's a small investment to make, and I think for the security of the folks that are here, including the mayor and yourself and everybody else, I think it's a great idea.
I understand, but I do not need someone else to protect myself. That's my personal opinion. And do not want, I don't think it's fair to the neighbors that I represent that I'm at a meeting, I'm personally protected because there's been something behind the scenes. I don't know, discussions. I don't feel it's fair. But, I mean, I remember Mr. Worry talking about how many officers were at a meeting that the mayor brought to a meeting about Colburn Pool. I mean, to me, that's obnoxious. I just couldn't believe that. But then engaging in conversation with some of the finest officers of Green Bay PD, the ones I talked to, they don't feel that they should be out in the neighborhoods dealing with the real crime. One thing, Chief, what about if we had, instead of just the officers, the patrol officers, the line, if we would just have,
Administrator.
right, the captains, captains and lieutenants?
It's certainly something we could consider. Right now, it's the community policing officers that are doing it, so they're not the patrol officers responding to radio calls. They're the ones that have the community policing
Right, but,
responsibility.
I mean, their job description is basically in the neighborhoods with the community, not at city council. If we're going to have security or the presence of the Green Bay PD, I'd rather see the administrator or the captains or lieutenants or the second command and the third command. I mean, basically, I think that would be well-used resources. If we really need presence, I'd rather see that. That's just my 2 cents worth. But I understand that some people feel threatened at the city council meetings. I never did. I don't know, verbal judo. If anybody knows how to use verbal judo or the gift of gab, you can really take care of yourself without any type of feeling fear or paranoid. I don't. And I would like to have this referred back and maybe have a decision, just, Chief, that have you look at it instead of having community service, if we could have maybe an extra captain or Mr. Abel over there. I mean, he's an administrator. You know, and I even talked to the sheriff, and his opinion is basically how I described it. We only have one We only have one officer at the county board, and we have a lot of, what's the word, contentious issues, very much so. So I would like to see this go back and a little more discussion. I think it's fair to say. Thanks, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Alderperson Dorf, it's on referral of item 8.
On referral, so then can I talk about the fact that active shooting events have increased a lot in the last 10 years? I think about the baseball field where one of our congressmen was recently seriously injured, is still probably in critical condition. I don't think that they expected anything to happen there, and thank God there were 2 Capitol police officers on duty. I don't personally feel threatened. I don't feel threatened by a lot. But I think that it is a deterrent. I think it's a preventative measure. I think there is a balance. We don't have metal detectors here. We do allow open and closed carry here. I think in this day and age, and certainly I can bring in statistics, since as most of you know, I'm an instructor for the ALICE protocol, which is surviving an active shooting event. So I do have all those statistics. I can bring in another video of a school board meeting in which an active shooter came in and was shooting at the school board members. So these kinds of things happen. I think it's a wise preventative measure, and I don't want it because I personally feel threatened. I think that we have citizens that come to these meetings. These are well-advertised meetings, and government has been a target. So I would like to see the police officer continue here. We had this discussion since I've been on council. I've only been on council 14 months, and we've had this discussion already. We decided we were going to have a police officer here, and now here it is back on the table. I would like to see it to receive and place on file, but I do understand another motion's been made. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor,
So the
before we
motion,
go any further-
you're next, but okay.
Okay, I'll say it right now. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Literally, Alderman Moore, will you just pull your motion? It's a privileged motion that Alderman Nicholson wanted to bring forward. I think we should hear him. At the time, I'm going to ask Alderman Nicholson to be there. I mean, there's no sense. I mean, everybody has a right to put a communication in. And so I'm just asking you to, so we have a lot on our agenda tonight, so.
Yeah, we do.
We're going to waste a lot of time here. That's all.
Okay. I got 3 other lights. Joe, what do you want me to do here? The motion on the floor is to refer.
We can take it to committee, and Alderperson Dorf can bring the radios and statistics.
Yeah, and thank you.
We can take care of it there, that's fine.
Thank you.
Now we get a quick answer.
All right. So he's pulling his, so there's a motion, a second on the floor to refer this back. All in favor of referral, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, nays. Ayes have it. So you're welcome. You're welcome. Item, page 14 has been approved. Where are we going next?
15.
Report of the Protection and Welfare Committee.
There's a motion to approve by Alderman Randy Scannell,
Second.
seconded by Alderman Tom Dwayne, to approve the report of the Protection and Welfare Committee. That was for the meeting held on Monday, June 12th. Any items in this report you wish to handle separately?
13.
Okay.
Staying on 14, please.
Fine. So 12 and 13? Yep, I got it.
14, yep.
Hearing none others, all in favor of the remainder of that report, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. All items have been approved with the exception of 12 and 13, noting the abstention of Alderman Nicholson on 14. What are your wishes regarding item 12? Motion to approve by Alderman Randy Scannell, seconded by Alderman Mark Stoyer. Alderman Scannell?
Yes, Your Honor. We held this up for council because we wanted to get some more information. We got that information, so I'd just like to make a motion to approve. We wanted to get more information about some of the businesses they have. There hasn't been any problem with any businesses they have been running, except for a little bit of problem with one near Milwaukee, because it's near Milwaukee. I don't expect them to have any problem. There are other businesses to be run here, like the other businesses. I see no other reason to not approve this, so I make the motion to approve.
Right, so we have an amendment offered to approve this. Is there a second?
Must fail from a second then, Mayor.
Must.
Motion to deny.
All right.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Alderman Nicholson and a second by Alderman Nenning to deny item 12. Alderman Nicholson, do you want to speak on that?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, what happened is, okay, I'm gonna clear it all and start over because this is what was left from the last one.
All right. So the motion on the floor right now is to amend number 12 to deny. And that's what we're talking about. And we'll begin with Alderman Moore.
Your Honor, this is obviously not a business, I think, that anybody supports. Nobody wants to put their name behind an approval on this, but we have sworn an oath to uphold the Constitution. And we don't have any justification in denying this, and we would be violating our oath if we did. As much as all of us, I guess I can't speak for everybody, I don't know, but look, nobody wants to put their name behind this business. That's all there is to it. I speak for everybody on that. I certainly don't want to. I would abstain if I had any kind of a reason to do so, but we can't have 12 abstentions either. We have to uphold the Constitution. We have sworn an oath to it. We have to pass this and just do our jobs on this one. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Alderperson Dorf?
Thank you. So at committee, I voted no on this, and I had two reasons at committee. One was a legitimate reason, one was not a legitimate reason, and I'll talk about the legitimate reason first. Legitimately, I was concerned because there was a school down the street, and I contacted the school district, spoke with the superintendent, checked with the president of the school board, and the school district is not taking a position on this. They have had no problems with this business in the past, so they're not taking a position. The not legitimate reason was I don't approve of this business. I feel it's an exploitation of females. And as a woman myself, I absolutely do not want to vote yes on this. However, I went to legal. I tried to find a legal reason why I could vote no. And constitutionally, there isn't one, unfortunately. I hate having to vote yes on this, but ethically, I have to vote yes on this because that's what my job is to do. There's no legal reason for me to be able to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Tom Slottick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I would echo the last two speakers. The law department did a good job, I thought, of summarizing in their letter to us on what basis we have to decide on these applications. I'm going to presume here that the Green Bay Police Department has investigated the applicant's qualifications and have determined that they are qualified, and that the Health Department Inspection Division has inspected the premises and that the premises qualify, so we don't have any legal basis. All we do is invite a lawsuit if we don't approve this. So we need to approve it. As distasteful as all of us find this business, we really don't have an option here.
Right. Thank you. Alderman Scannell?
I'll make a positive statement here. All right, this is adult entertainment, and adult entertainment is legal, and I believe it is much better. Adult entertainment has been around forever, and it is much better when it is run legally than illegally. This is not a bad thing. I mean, there may be problems, I understand, there may be some squeamishness, but it's much better that this is regulated, that we're in control of this, than if we had this kind of activity running around underground. So I'll make a positive statement there, and I'd also like to make a motion to open the floor.
Why?
Oh, well, then we don't, okay. Maybe we don't need to, all right.
The motion on the floor right now is to deny. What's that?
Should have my light on.
Ed Slottick, Alderman Weary. All right. Alderman Nicholson.
Thank you. The reason why I made the motion to deny, remember when this business was established? How many meetings and arguments did we go through? I believe Dwayne, Nicholson, and Zimmer were the only ones. The rest of the city council were not here. They don't know what happened. That business was placed illegally, broke the ordinance of that Main Street, Main Street neighborhood. Basically, I mean, Gary Kreischer was sitting 2 doors down from me. That's why I'm voting against it. It's not because of the business. I understand that. And I don't know, if you don't have an adult entertainment business, I mean, you're gonna go underground in Green Bay, Wisconsin? Like nobody's gonna talk? I mean, this isn't Chicago, but that is way out of left field. What I'm talking about, this business was placed illegally, broke the ordinances and the Main Street agreement. Because when the tropics closed down with, can't remember the gentleman's name. Okay, I can't remember his name and I can't hear Bill, but we broke our own ordinance to have this establishment. And I don't know the details, but it was so many, how big it can be and the entertainment, and it was just a mess. I mean, Mary, you remember that. So that's why I'm voting against this.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Chris Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 questions. The first would be regarding the memorandum of understanding. And perhaps Attorney Chavez, that is still in full effect, that memorandum of understanding carries over to the new owners?
Yes, so my understanding, I've had Joe Faulds working on this, and the MOU is in place. What will happen is it will have to transfer over to the new owners. Basically, they'll just, those requirements will fall over into a new agreement or an assumption, essentially.
So that's a yes. There's no way around that, because that was, I
Oh,
want
actually,
to
you know what,
yes.
I'm getting a response from Joe right now. He says, no, not yet. That's the
Then I
video
can't
is
vote
having
for
him.
this. That was a big part of approving that.
Oh, no,
that
I'm
initial
sorry.
one.
I was asking him if there was video feed, and I think he was responding to that. So, no, there's no video feed yet, but yes, we do have the memorandum in place.
So it will?
Yes, my apologies.
Because there's a lot of provisions in there that, the use of the building, certain areas and things of that nature that must follow through. And if that is not going to, we can't transfer it. And you're telling me that it will.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Well, that's good. That's a good first start. And then secondly, Chief, I noticed, and it was a nice summary done by Captain Florence. In his notes regarding with West Allis, with Heartbreakers, the officer down in West Allis, Lieutenant Safting, suggested that if the group was able to come to Green Bay, that strict requirements be placed upon the establishment to resolve video issues about not being able to obtain video because no one could understand how to work it, which obviously is a bunch of malarkey. But in looking at the security, 1.4 security, Oval Office will preserve for a period of 60 calendar days any image obtained from the video surveillance system and/or identification card reader, which can be used upon lawful and timely request by the city of Green Bay. Is that enough, or should we say, this information and video surveillance footage must be provided within 24 hours of said request? That be something fine to put in? Otherwise, it leaves it open and, they could drag their feet for weeks.
Sir, I'd be certainly happy to entertain that. I think that would be a fine addition to this, if we could get it within 24 hours. What we found is most of the time we can get cooperation from anybody, especially we work with them in advance of needing it, let know what the protocol is, and we have people we can call in that can work virtually any system. So if there's an incident that occurs, our forensic specialists can come in and pull video from any system that I've ever seen. So I don't think it'd be a problem. Our plan is to work with the new owners closely so that we ensure that we can get quick access to these things. If you want to codify that in the memorandum of understanding, I'm fine with that.
Okay, I would like to add that. I think you should hope for the best, obviously, but plan for the worst. And so I would like to just make a motion to add that to the security plan, and then hopefully it'll be accepted by the new owners. I think that's fairly easily done.
I would second that amendment.
All right, so we'll give kind of an odd motion, because the motion is to deny.
Oh, you're right, yeah. We have
And
to resolve that
I
first.
understand you want to
Oh,
amend this,
I
but
forgot. So let's take care of the deny first.
Okay, and I'll
There's
come
no
right
need
back
for it
to
if it's
you.
denied, yeah.
Do you have something else, Tom?
I did, but it's already been talked about.
All right.
Different ways.
Alderman Geisema. Hang on, you guys.
Thank you, Your Honor. At the committee meeting, we were told that these folks own 4 or 5 other establishments. Is that correct? Are they all in Walworth County?
I understand there's 3 of them, sir. Darien, Illinois, and Walworth County. One in the Blue Sapphire Gentlemen's Club in Menasha, and Heartbreakers down in West Allis.
Well, the thing that the committee specifically asked is to talk to the authorities in those areas to see what, if any, or multiple problems they may have had. Now, I don't know unless I'm not reading the report correctly here, all it's showing is the complaints from one place called Show Palace.
Right, sir. My understanding is they weren't able to get the list of complaints in a timely manner from these other ones. They weren't able to access the records, so they talked with the individuals at the police agency in that area and asked them what their reputation was or any issues or problems they had with these particular clubs. In general, they did have problems with these clubs in the past. This particular individual bought these clubs or took over ownership of these clubs, and they generally said that there was an improvement in the cooperation with the police department and an improvement in or a decrease in the number of calls for service at that area. They were only able to get the exact records from one agency, which was the Show Place in Darien, the Show Palace in Darien.
Well, Chief, I just don't feel like that's a strong enough answer. I mean, Walworth County could send us a list of problems with the establishment, and you're telling me the other ones couldn't provide that?
Correct. They couldn't provide that in the time that we needed it in order to have it for this
then we
meeting,
need a
sir.
little more time. I mean, that was the main thing that the committee was concerned about, and of course, I look at this one, and even this one, there's one of prostitution some years ago. I don't know if all these are, sometimes is it just the address or whatever, but there's all kinds of stuff in here. Robbery, firearms, I don't know if it was inside or outside or whatever, but, these operations are famous for indirect or direct prostitution. And I guess that I think this has to be sent back till we get the information. We've got 60 days to either approve or deny it. If we don't deny it within 60 days, at least what I'm understanding from our attorney's office, is that it's granted automatically. But, I mean, the due diligence was only done by one county. And I want to see the due diligence of all of them before I make this decision, because, we're going from local ownership, like it or not. Those people lived here, and I know some of them said they were going to move here now. I don't know. But I was most interested in what, if any, problems were there with the clientele and the various service workers that come and go at these establishments. So I would make a motion to send it back until we have time to get the information we'd asked for. That'd be my motion.
All right, so we have go to the board. We have a motion by Alderman Zima, second by Alderman Story, to refer this item back. Anything else, Alderman Zima?
No, that's it.
All right, turn your light off. Alderman Nicholson, do you want to speak on referral? Did you want to speak on referral, Alderman Nicholson? turn your light off. All right. Anybody? All right. Go ahead.
Motion open the floor.
All right, there's a motion by Alderman Randy Scannell, second by Alderman Bill Galvin to open the floor to hear from interested parties. All in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, nay. Ayes have it, the floor is open. City Council, we are now discussing item 12, which is to refer without recommendation pending further review from the staff an application for an adult entertainment license for GB Entertainment, which is located at 1100 Main Street, currently the Oval Office. Is there anyone here tonight who would like to speak to that specific item? Just come up to the podium if you state your name and address.
Hi, Jennifer DeCaster, 5696 School Drive, Green Bay, 54313. We have been working on this project for the better part of 3 years to sell this club to these owners. We selected these owners because they had the intent to come to Green Bay, to bring other businesses to Green Bay, and to make Green Bay a home. We had several other offers over the last couple of years, and instead of going to a publicly traded chain, we said that this would be a better fit for Green Bay. We take this very seriously. Not only does this group agree, they have submitted an exact copy of our security plan and our business plan. We have already been working with them on training them exactly how we run this facility with all of our policies, all of our staff, and so on and so forth. So these people are going to come in and everything is going to stay the same. The only thing is I'm not going to be signing the paychecks anymore. It's going to be a different company. We are actually partnering with this company on future endeavors. We look forward to working with them. We brought them to Green Bay thinking that this was going to be a fit. They want to own this club. We want to not run it anymore. We are asking you to transfer the license. We're not asking you to grant a new one. We're not asking for any of these things. It's a transfer. The police department has said they passed, and it wasn't a problem. When we came in and you granted this license to us, we didn't run a club before. And you have to understand that things that you see from these other areas were prior to this prostitution thing that you're talking about. That was prior to their ownership. We would not be giving, or I should say selling, this facility to someone that we didn't think was going to run it the way we want it run. We didn't make this decision lightly. Green Bay has been my home. I was born here, my father was born here, and my grandfather was born here. This is supposed to close. This business deal is supposed to close the middle of July. We timely brought it. The police passed their business plan, passed their security plan. They've agreed on the MOU. You don't have a reason that you can't vote yes. You have to vote yes, because everything is there. The police have told you. They believe that they are satisfactory. Again, I'm asking you, please welcome these people, these businessmen, into our city. They have intentions of doing amazing things in this city. We believe that they are going to run this club at the same level as us and even better, or we wouldn't be bringing them in. If it doesn't pass tonight, then this deal falls through. It has to pass tonight. I am asking you, please, to allow our business and purchase agreement to not be put on the back burner because you want to see additional things that the police have already said. We feel comfortable. And I can tell you, At least once a week, the police ask me for video, not of inside my club, and maybe once a week is a little much. Once a month for sure. And it's roads. It's all different things. They've asked me to put in additional cameras to help them with neighbors. We've done that. These new owners want to do the same thing. I wouldn't have agreed to partner with them. I wouldn't agree to be training them if that wasn't the case. Please pass this tonight. Thank you.
Hang on, Jennifer, I got a question for you. Alderman Dwayne does.
Yeah, Jennifer, thank you for coming. I don't have a problem with it, but you already answered my question about the deadline. You know, the importance, if there's a timeline that you have to get. When is that timeline?
It has to close before the 17th of July.
Okay, let me just ask, if you can, when is the next P&W meeting? Hold on, you'll see where I'm going with this.
So give us final approval?
When, is it gonna be before the 17th?
It'll be the 10th.
Okay. I'd like to see us make a motion to give, and we've done this before, that this council, with the, when it comes to P&W, that way, Alderman Zima, the question she had asked, Chief Smith, do you think you can have those things answered by July 10th?
Certainly.
And so, can I make that motion, or do we have to, take a vote? I mean, because it's gonna take.
We're not in regular order of
If
business here.
Oh,
If
yeah,
I
yeah,
may.
I apologize, I'm done.
If I may, it has to close by then. They have certain requirements,
No, I
like the
understand that.
transfer of license has to be done in advance so that we can move forward with other things. So if you say, oh, we have to wait until July 10th, there's too much work to be done. I mean, if any of you have ever done the closing of a business, the transfer of real estate and all of those things, you're giving me 7 days, not even. Because you're gonna pass it Monday night and I have to close by Friday. I mean, the police department has said they have no issues with these people. Why do you? They are good people. We did our due diligence.
Okay.
Your Honor,
And
I just want-
the
I hear
attorney
what you're
for them is here as well.
Yeah. I just have one more question, Jennifer, if you don't. Is there a possibility of a special meeting?
Well, always.
I'm just asking because I'm trying to do the best I can here. To weigh out all the options. Okay, I'm done.
We
I'm
could do
done.
a special meeting, but what kind of time, how much time would you need before the 15th?
Just
The
a
deal is,
second.
the deal,
Just a-
if it
I
doesn't
have a
pass
point of
tonight,
order.
the deal is
Well,
done.
either we return to regular order of business.
Right.
He was asking her.
There-
He was
I
asking
agree.
her.
Well,
He's
Your
asking her a
Honor,
question.
I just asked a question.
Their
He's asking her a
requirement, their
question.
requirements to close and our legal requirements to pass it have nothing to do with each other. That's their problem, not our problem.
Called-
I just asked.
We're
Maybe just,
within our-
maybe just a little bit of customer service. So I don't think they're totally not related, but let me just
Well, I
finish
know
with
they've
her.
been, they've contributed to your campaign very heavily.
Well, is that why this?
All right. Do you have anything else for
Is
the
that a
attorney?
lie? Is that a lie? Oh, well, the mayor's,
I
he's
mean-
out defending the people that.
I'm done.
But I put money into the city as well. Do you know that? I put money
All
into
right,
the
don't
city,
go
sir.
there. Don't take his bait. Don't take his bait. All right. Anybody else want to speak to this? All right, come on up. Thank you.
John Fuchs, FUCHS, 13500 Watertown Plank Road, Elm Grove. I'm the attorney representing the purchasers of both the real estate and the business. Two things I thought I would bring to your attention. One is that while we agree the MOU runs with the land, we told the city attorney's office this morning if you want to redo it, we would do that. Also, we discovered the inspections hadn't been done as represented. Much thanks to Jennifer, they were done. An interesting aspect of this, I've been statutory counsel to probably, I don't know how many communities, over 42 years. And usually that helps me in addressing common councils because I know what you like to hear and what you don't like to hear. By the way, in those 42 years, the record for a common council meeting is 5:12 a.m. and I think Green Bay holds enough records. Going back to the idea of the police reports, I don't want to address you as a municipal attorney. I want to address you as somebody who's represented police for that amount of time as well. In fact, there was a time I represented Chief Haggerty in Milwaukee as a personal attorney, the Supervisors Union, and the MPA, and the city attorney made the comment, will I have any input? My point in bringing that up is if you've lived with police for 4 decades, as I have, when this chief or any of his officers calls another department about a gentleman's club and inquires if they're a problem or not, those police departments know if they're a problem or not. I mean, I've never met a cop yet that would have to even go walk back to his computer. And Chief, just shut me down if I'm wrong about that. You know who are problems in this community, and it's much larger than a lot of the others. What concerns me is this. I made the comment, there are things that you don't want to hear as a council. And so I don't really know how to address you. For once in my career, I truly don't know how to address you. But the thing that concerns me the most, you have no reason to deny this. You just don't have any reason to deny it. If you personally don't like gentlemen's clubs, it's not a legitimate reason to deny it. All inspections have been done, all applications are in order, all disclosures have been made. We've got the ownership here, the future agent here. We are working with Jennifer. We've talked to your police department, developed a plan with them. Everything is in order. If it is just a matter of you don't like it, then you have to ask yourself, what is your reason to deny this, a legal reason? And, you know, I came here hoping to say, yep, we're going to do as good a job as the Oval Office did. Gary and Jennifer DeCaster set a bar that's really high, and they do run this business as diligently as any I've seen. We're going to match it. We're going to try and exceed it. And instead I find myself on the defensive for no good reason that I've heard and saying to you, you really don't have a reason to deny it. I would rather, much rather have addressed you and said, these people operate 3 clubs successfully. Every one of them they improved because I represented the prior owners of some of them, and believe me, they improved them. They will not improve this from anything I've seen what the DeCasters do, but they will match them. They will make that mark, and you will have a well-run club. And I would ask you to consider the fact that your staff, your clerk's office, your police department, they all did their jobs as well or better than any community I've appeared in. And they've reported to you the inspections did get done today. There is just no reason to deny this. And people aren't elected to take an oath to do what they want to do. They take an oath to do what the law says they should do. So I would urge you to consider whether or not these are good applicants, whether or not there's any reason to deny them, because candidly, there is not, and I haven't heard anything even remotely resembling one. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep.
Can I ask the gentleman a question, please?
Yeah, hang on, Andy. Go ahead.
Do you know what the motion is on the floor?
Your motion is to deny.
No, it isn't. It's referral. Correct?
The motion on the floor right now is to, let me be clear on that, is to refer this item back. And then there was some talk, but the motion wasn't to give P&W full granting authority. The lady said that that's not enough time to close the deal, so she would like a vote tonight.
I don't know the answer to your
But the
question,
motion
Alderman.
is to refer. This
Right.
gentleman stated 6 times, and I counted 6 times of denial. He is totally wrong. It's referral.
The
And
motion right
as an
now is to
attorney,
refer.
you know what that means, correct? Thank you.
You're the only council I've seen makes one motion, doesn't vote on it, and then makes another. I don't know what your motion is, sir.
Okay,
It's referral. I'm just
And thank you so much for your efforts.
yeah, hang on, just wait. Oh, come on, you guys. Yeah, next, the motion is to refer, and that supersedes a previous motion. What we got?
Lynn Austin, 1449 Morrow Street. I live just down the street from this place, and I would really like to encourage my leadership to be very, very careful when you make decisions, because our neighborhood is always impacted by these kind of businesses, and, you know, nobody likes to pay a lot of tax dollars for police and all of that kind of stuff. But really, you need to be reminded, this is a vice. This is not something that is really a helpful thing for our community. This attracts a lot of sexual predators, and I worked with women who were trying to escape out of prostitution for 8 years in the inner city in Chicago. So I can spot prostitutes, and we've got them in my neighborhood. Now, I don't like at night even driving past that place. So I know, you know, the whole Main Street area, a lot of shops in that are, you know, shop spaces empty. And these kind of places don't really help neighborhoods. Plus, one other thing I just want to bring up, if you guys are gonna have this be referred, maybe somebody could look into the history of this, because a real estate man that was selling a building in my neighborhood happened to stop by when I was out in the yard. And he asked me when we were just talking about the neighborhood, and he said, how did they manage to get that renovation done on that building in the first place? Because his relatives used to own the building, and he said it's in a floodplain, and they were just supposed to only invest a certain amount of money when they restored the building or renovated the building, and he said they went way over what was allowable. So I think sometimes, you know, some fishy stuff goes on with some of these businesses, and whenever you're dealing with something like alcohol or gambling, or that's not a gentleman's club, no gentleman would go to a club like that, you know, and please protect your citizens. You have a lot of women, young girls, and I think you should be very, very careful. Years ago, when Mayor Jaden was here, the city attorney said the city had never been able to take a liquor license away, and I helped them do their first one, and now they do that occasionally. So sometimes you just need to show some courage and, you know, do the right thing. Like, let's raise the standard here for our city. These kind of businesses do not help a community. They just bring it down.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to return to regular order by Alderman. All
I was
right.
just gonna speak if I could, Mayor.
Yep, go ahead, Joe.
Do I need to say my address and name again?
Please.
Okay, Joel Denny, 3283 Peterson Road. All right, I'm married. All right, I don't visit this place. However, as Alderman Moore and others have stated, there is no legal reason for you guys to deny this license. Absolutely none. And if we're gonna be, I'd rather us do this, the right thing, than get sued for probably millions of dollars. I'm assuming that's how much we would get sued for. And I don't really think that the city right now, after hearing what we heard tonight, is in a position to be sued for millions of dollars. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Can I add one thing there?
You can add one thing.
If you don't allow the new owners, you don't close this business, it will just continue under the current owners.
Right.
I don't know if people are aware of that.
Okay. All right, so you made the motion.
No, I did not. I believe Zima and then Stoyer.
No, I know that. To return to regular order.
Oh, yes.
All right, second by Joe. All in favor of returning to regular order, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nay. We're back in regular order. There's a motion on the floor right now to refer. That was motion by Stoyer and Alderman Zima. Alderman Zima?
Thank you, Your Honor. You know, people hire attorneys to come and represent them, and if you don't have an attorney on your side, sometimes you don't have the same representation. The committee is just doing their due diligence, and I think that's the reason there was a second, and to refer it back, because we asked for what we received from Walworth County, but we did not receive it from anyplace else. And the convenience of the owner wanting to sell, whether it's this month, next month, or another, or if that's really their problem, not our problem. They can't give us the Rush Act on doing our due diligence. And that's all this is about, is doing our due diligence, and that's the reason for the motion.
Right.
I spot things in there, and okay, maybe it was from a former owner, I don't know. I guess I want to be able to look at all of them, and because I want to make sure.
Okay.
So
Right.
That's the reason for it, and that's the reason for the motion.
Thank you. So the motion, use the board, the motion on the floor is to refer. A yes refers it back, a no keeps it here, and we'll deal with it tonight. So it's 7 yeses, 5 noes, so that has been referred back. I mean, I can clear the board. Did anybody, Randy, did anybody want to add to granting authority, or you just want to deal with this in the end of July?
I would object to that anyway.
Okay.
It has to be the full consent of the council.
No, don't tell me. We do that all the time. We give, no, don't say that. You can say you may not like it, but
That was with the agreement.
we do that all the time. We give full granting authority to the committee.
I thought the ordinance said that it had to be with the complete approval of the council. I would refer to our city attorney.
The complete approval of the council would be at this point, so if you're sending it back saying it's.
No, not send it back. We've already voted on that. Granting the committee approval has to be, I believe, a unanimous consent. Because you're taking away the rest of the council's ability to look at it. I'm pretty certain about this.
You may be right. I'm gonna double check right now.
All right, so while she's doing that, we're gonna move on. We got 2 other items on this report. What are your wishes regarding item, was it 13, Chris? Okay, was 14 or 13? Huh? 14. Okay, 13. So what are your wishes regarding item 13?
Motion to approve. Second.
Second by Alderman Galvin. Alderman Moore, what, item 13 is,
Thanks, Your Honor. This has been before the committee a couple times. There've been many people in the audience that wanted to speak on this. The floor was never open to them. But as I go through and I read minutes and I watch video on these meetings, there really hasn't been anything for anybody to speak on. I mean, it's to hold a request to draft a policy, a resolution, or ordinance. Is there a policy? Is there a resolution? Is there an ordinance? There's not. I think that this should just be received and placed on file until something is drafted, presented, that there's actually something to discuss. Right now, to just keep pushing it month to month, keep having people take time out of their days to come to these meetings, not have an opportunity to speak, and then when they have an opportunity to speak, there's nothing to speak about. It just seems like it's really a waste of time. So my motion is to receive and place on file this item.
all right, so there's a motion by Alderman Joe Moore, seconded by Chris Wade, to receive and place on file item 13. Alderman Scannell?
Thank you, Your Honor. The reason it was on hold, and we did, the first time this came to committee, we did open the floor and we did have a lively discussion. And it's been on hold because we've been trying to work with the state, which everyone expected would take a little time. And I believe we will, this next meeting, set policy, and we will be sending this to the next council for a vote. So if we could just bear with me until the next committee meeting. If we vote this down, I'm just gonna put in a late communication to, for the same thing, because we're ready to go now. Thank you.
I'm going to keep my motion.
All right, so fine, there's a motion. Alderman Weir, did you want to say anything on this?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I'm in favor of receiving and placing on file. I see a lot of wheels spinning and nothing getting done. Just reading from the minutes, Alderman Scannell said he spoke with the state representative and said current law states that it is all or nothing ban on weapons. It would not be possible to ban just open carry weapons in City Hall and not concealed carry. The state representative asked other representatives and found there was no interest in changing the legislation.
Okay.
So I don't see anything coming down from the state. And then going further, the proposals that might be coming, there's 2 of them, if you read further. Alderman Scannell suggested a policy be created that if a person had an open carry weapon, they'd be asked to leave if they refused to leave or be escorted out. That's banning it. I don't know what we need to research on that. And then the second one is Alderman Scannell wanted to know if a notice could be posted for every room in City Hall banning open carry of weapons. That's banning it. We just saw that that's banning it. So there's really nothing to get an opinion on. So that's.
Right. Thank you. All right, use the board. The motion on the floor is to receive and place on file number 13. Yes, receives and places on file. No, we deal with it tonight. All right, so that item is received and placed on file. Do you have an answer on 12 yet?
I'm not finding anything in the ordinance instead. The only thing I'm finding is that if we're gonna suspend the rules, it has to be by a 2/3 vote.
Okay, are you guys interested? Just tell me. I mean, I want to move on. There's one other item on here that I had overlooked. Are you interested in suspending the rules to grant operating authority to P&W? Does someone want to make that motion?
I think there's something more at stake, Your Honor. We suspend the rules, yeah, with 2/3. That, everybody knows that. We do that all the time. But you're dealing with a person's right to vote on something.
Okay, she hasn't found that yet.
That's got nothing, well, she hasn't found it, that doesn't mean it isn't there.
So if I can, I actually agree with you. I think that it should be addressed by the full council, because sending it to 4 people is risky, because we don't have that person to break a tie. I would agree with you that it should stay here for final approval authority.
I think this is going to come back. You guys, let's remember tonight, 11, we are no longer granting P&W authority to give liquor licenses.
Only if it's unanimous.
If it's unanimous by this group. Okay, not sure I knew that. All right, let's move on. I missed number 6. There's a gentleman here who sent me a note that said he wanted to speak, and if somebody
Move
would
to
be...
reconsider.
Thank you for doing that. There's a motion by Alderman Zima, seconded by Alderman... What? Why is he here? And I got this note, so we don't need to do anything?
It's been approved. You're approved.
I don't think,
Okay, I withdraw my motion.
all right. Congratulations, you're approved. I'm sorry, I just saw this, it got mixed up with the 0.5% sales tax. Huh? Yeah, I'm sure you enjoyed sitting here all night.
Yeah, he was on.
Okay. Good luck. All right, where are we? Okay, you guys, let's go back to the agenda. We've disposed of 4 items, so we're back to where we normally start, and that's referral of petitions and communications. Chris, do you want to just read that?
I'm sorry. Yep. On page 1 of your packet, you have all petitions and communications received by the clerk's office by noon on Thursday. We will now accept any late communications you may have.
Okay, we'll begin with Alderman Mark Stoyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is for parking utility. To report on paid parking fee scenarios versus free parking fee scenarios at the former Boston Store parking lot, which could impact various businesses in the downtown area.
All right, thank you. Alderman Randy Scannell.
Yes, Your Honor, this is to protection welfare to draft a policy, a resolution banning weapons from municipal buildings.
All right, thank you. Alderperson Dorff.
I have 3. The first is to Protection and Welfare to request an update on the lead pipe removal project and an explanation of the amount of lead detected as reported in the recent annual drinking water report. And then to Traffic to determine if no parking signs can be placed on the newly installed guardrail in front of 2503 Sussex Road. And then finally to Transit to request consideration for an additional Metro bus stop outside of the Veterans Manor located at 2900 St. Anthony Drive to allow easier access for our veterans living there to make use of public transit.
All right, thank you. Alderman Guy Zima.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Alderman Dave Nenning.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a request on behalf of this will go to the Redevelopment Authority, a request on behalf of the Mayor's Beautification Committee that 1.7 acres of Larson Green property be set aside for historic purposes, the portion of the Fort Howard Stockade footprint which the city currently owns. So that would go to the Redevelopment Authority.
All right, thank you. Alderman Chris Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the Green Bay Housing Authority, I'd like a written report submitted to the City Council regarding the bed bug issue, eradication plan, timeline, options should that plan fail. Report submitted by end of June. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Scannell, did you have anything else?
No, I'm sorry.
And Alderman Nicholson.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I read mine, I got a question on Mr. Worry's late communication. Can I ask through you?
Yeah, you can address me, sure.
Do we have a speaker that could address some of those issues? Because I have questions.
Right.
Could you ask Chris if he could?
Right,
put
that's
some-
Mason Manor, right, you're talking about? So,
I'm going to include that presentation.
okay.
Thank you.
All right,
My late communication is review the parking ordinance with possible action. Thank you.
all right, thank you. Chris, do you have any?
No, I do not.
All right, then I'll entertain a motion for all petitions and communications by Alderman Zima, seconded by Alderman Moore. Did you have something, Joe? Okay, Alderman Moore?
So, Your Honor, we just had a 9-3 vote to receive and place on file the same communication that Alderman Scannell just made. So please mark me as a no on the late communication regarding the banning the weapons at municipal buildings. I'd like to be a no on that.
All right, I got it.
I'm still
I got
against
it.
your communication. Thank you.
That's fine. So there was a motion by Alderman Zima, second by Alderperson Dorf to refer all petitions and communications. All in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. I got with the abstention, or with the negative by Alderman Moore. Okay, clerk. And Alderman Weary, got it.
We're voting on late communication.
I know, right? Just, it's late.
Okay. I understand.
All right, go ahead, Chris.
Report of
Let's
the Park Committee.
What are your wishes regarding the report of the Park Committee? There's a motion by Alderman Zima, second by Alderman Tom Dwayne, to approve the report of the Park Committee. That was for the meeting held on Wednesday, June 14th. Any items in this report you wish to handle separately? Three. Hearing none others, all in favor of the remainder of that report, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Everything's been approved with the exception of item 3. What are your wishes regarding item 3? Motion to approve, Alderman Tom Slottick, second by Alderman Mark Stoyer. Alderman Moore?
Thank you, Your Honor. Met with staff last week. We actually have a surplus of 2017 CDBG funds. I would make a motion that we refer this to the RDA to review and see if those funds can be used for this project.
So we have a motion by Alderman Joe Moore, seconded by Alderman Scannell, to refer this item back to the redevelopment authorities to see if it can be used for other projects. Is your light on, Chris? Where? Is your light on, Alderman Nicholson?
I believe it is, but I'm turning it off right now.
All right, and Alderman Zima?
Your Honor, I think the motion, while it's well-intentioned, is redundant because the motion on the report says to authorize staff to seek funding to relocate. So that includes what he's talking about. So I don't think it's necessary. The staff can do that without that.
I guess the motion does read through either 2018 bond request or 2018 CDBG with funds available in 2017 that need to be spent by a certain time.
Right.
I think it's worth looking at least
right.
and seeing if we could use those.
Okay.
All right.
Alderman Nenny, did you want to comment on that?
No, I just wanted to. As chairman of the Park Committee, that, you know, it was our understanding that the staff would talk with the redevelopment staff about the possibility of finding the CDBG funds, whether it's 2018 or 2017. I don't think it is really the issue. Maybe we want to just amend this and say, and just take out the year. 2018 bond issue or CDBG.
Okay, you know what? What do you want to do? Just, you guys, it's 11:15.
Motion to strike 2018.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. I'll pull my motion. And we'll
That's a
keep it
good
simple.
thing. All right, so there's this motion and second to amend item 3 to strike 2018. All in favor of that amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nay. Now, I'm gonna make you work. You got to adopt it as amended.
Motion to adopt as amended.
By Alderman Scannell, second by Alderperson Dorf. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nays. Ayes have it. That has been approved as amended. We're now on to the report of the Green Bay Economic Development Authority meeting. What are your wishes for this item? There's a motion by Alderman Randy Scannell, second by Alderman Andy Nicholson, to approve the report. Any discussion here?
Yes.
Alderman Stoyer?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to mention that I was part of some of these meetings and with the sessions on the Velp Avenue plan. I feel Stan Tech and the city did a fantastic job putting this together. We have some representatives here, Planner Carlson over there, and I'm just commending them for a job well done. Thank you.
We all share that. All right, so there's a motion second to approve. Item 1, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, nays. The ayes have it. That report's been adopted.
Report of the Ethics Board.
There's a motion by Alderman Randy Scannell, second by Alderperson Barb Dorf, to approve the report of the Ethics Board. It's my understanding that we should have an amendment offered by someone for 1 and 2 to hold until July 18th and accept a briefing on a schedule. That's the note I have.
I'd like to make a motion on that.
Okay, so there's a motion by Alderman Galvin, seconded by Alderperson Dorf to amend. Tell you what, this is what we're going to do. Why don't we approve item 3? And then we'll amend 1 and 2, because you don't need 3, right?
Correct.
All right. So there's a motion by Alderman Galvin, second by Alderperson Dorf to approve item 3. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, nays. All right, and then when it comes to item 1 and 2, there's a motion by Alderman Galvin, seconded by Alderperson Dorf to hold these items until July 18th, to accept briefings and adopt a schedule.
That's correct.
All right. Anything here? All in favor of that motion, please signify by,
Don't we, Your Honor, I thought what was sent to us said that we had to decide if it was going to be oral or written or both.
Correct.
So we haven't included that in the motion.
okay.
Recommendation would be written objections, or written briefs on the objections.
All right, I would amend that motion.
Bill, is it okay we add the word written?
Amend that motion.
Okay.
And then the dates that are proposed are 6/28 for the opening brief, 7/6 for the response brief, and 7/13 for the.
Right. Alderman Galvin, you're okay with that? Alderperson Dorf. So we'll make those amendments. All in favor of 1 and 2 as amended, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nays. The ayes have it. Those have been approved.
Report of the Plan Commission meeting of May 22nd.
There's a motion by Alderman Randy Scannell, second by Alderman Dave Nenning, to approve the report of the Green Bay Plan Commission. That was for the meeting held on Monday, May 22nd. Any items in this report you wish to handle separately?
1.
Item 1. Hearing none others, all in favor of the remainder of that report, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. What are your wishes now regarding item 1? There's a motion to approve by Alderman Tom Slottick, seconded by Alderman Dave Nenning. Alderman Andrew Nicholson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to ask the council if we could hold it until the next meeting. I just want to have a meeting with our legal staff and just go over some of the issues with our ordinance.
Can I recommend that you do that on the next one, because the next one's the one that recommends no change
Oh, okay.
on the following part.
Oh, you're right. I just got to turn the page.
So we're gonna approve
So,
this.
we had 2 different meetings here?
Yep.
Okay. All right, will do.
So with that,
Disregard then.
well, I've got to get it cleared. So there's a motion and a second to approve item 1. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nays. The ayes have it. Item 1 has been approved. Now we're on to the report of the Green Bay Plan Commission. That was for the meeting held on Monday, June 12th. There's a motion by Alderman Scandal, seconded by Alderman Bill Galvin, to approve that report. Any items you wish to handle separately? Number 2. Hearing none others, all in favor of the remainder of that report, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nays. The ayes have it. Every item on that report has been approved with the exception of item 2. And what are your wishes regarding item 2? I think he wants to hold it.
I'd like to make a motion just to hold so I can talk to our
I got it.
legal staff. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so there's a motion by Alderman Nicholson, seconded by Alderman Joe Moore to hold item 2 until the July 19th meeting. All in favor of that motion, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Public Arts Commission.
Motion approved by Alderman Tom Slottick, seconded by Alderman Bill Galvin, to approve the report of the Green Bay Parks, Public Arts Commission, which was held on Wednesday, May 24th. Are there any items in this report you wish to handle separately? See no lights, all in favor of that report, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nays. Ayes have it, that report's been approved.
Report of the Redevelopment Authority meeting of May 18th.
There's a motion to approve by Alderman Joe Moore, seconded by Alderman Chris Weary, to approve the report of the Redevelopment Authority for the meeting held on Thursday, May 18th. Any items in this report you wish to handle separately?
One.
Item 1. Okay, hearing none others, all in favor of the remainder of that report, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, nays. So item 2 has been approved. What are your wishes regarding item 1? Motion to adopt by Alderman Zima, seconded by Alderman Mark Stoyer. Alderman Nicholson.
Will this come back to us? Joe?
Purchasing properties from Brown County, this was just informational.
Okay, just informational? Okay, I'll call you tomorrow on that then. Yep, thank you.
It's capital letters.
Yep.
All right, so there's a motion and a second then to approve item 1. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, nays. Ayes have it. Been
Report
approved.
of the Redevelopment Authority meeting of June 13th.
There's a motion by Alderman Scannell, seconded by Alderman Nenning, to approve the report of the Green Bay Redevelopment Authority for the meeting held on Tuesday, June 13th. Any items you wish to handle separately in discussion here? Item, yeah, right, 1. So what do you want to say?
Your Honor, this was presented to the RDA to give us an update on where we were in development agreement negotiations on 2 different projects, rail yard and the shipyard. There were some questions that were asked at the RDA, and I had asked to refer this to the council, if the council so chooses to hear the presentation on these, so that we may put more input towards the development agreements before they're finalized and brought to us. Make sure that the council is satisfied with the direction we're headed. So at that point, I'll just leave it up to the council if they've got specific questions on this, or to staff if they want to give us an update of where we're at. Thank you.
I just want to make a comment. The rail yard is the whole Larson Grain thing, right? The shipyard, you've already approved a term sheet. It was a 9-3, and we're moving along on that. I think if we're going to be in the ground and kind of start moving some dirt this year, July 19th is, I would like to maybe bring something to you. Do you have anything now you could offer? Have you guys given this any thought? Because if we come back on July 19th and gather information, I mean, we're out till August. I guess that could work, but we're really hoping to bring something to you. Well, he's kind of right. It's kind of both. They're both pretty teed up, guy.
Well, I'm just looking at the late they are, discussions become at this hour.
Look, I respect that.
These deserve a large amount of our time, I believe. So that's the reason behind. And I'll sit here till 2 o'clock this morning if you want.
Joe Moore said it right. Gives us an opportunity, if you have any questions, to reach out in that month by July. Everybody should have their questions answered. It's on both projects.
All right, so we'll hold this until,
This item was not originally going to come to council.
right.
And so I just wanted it to come here in case there were any questions on this. Of course, we've got all the time in between to do this on our own too.
Okay, so you're
Which I
going to
would
see
recommend.
these items on the 19th. Staff is available to answer any questions, review term sheets, and I'm not saying it's going to be approved on the 19th. We would like that, but you'll have an opportunity to really visit it and maybe amend some things then, okay?
I'm ready to discuss it tonight, but I thought the lateness of the hour, but I'm perfectly willing to talk about it here tonight. There's some serious things that got to be talked about.
And are you willing to talk to Dr. Bonk or us independent of that?
Well, I know what your and Mr. Boggs' position is. This is a policy decision of the council. This is something the council has to get involved in and decide whether we want to continue with the same developers, at least in the rail yard.
Okay.
But I'm not talking about the other one.
Okay.
I mean, they haven't met any of their agreements for all of Green Bay is making the payments on the notes for that $3 million purchase of the
Right.
Larson Green property. And we are making them. And I, for one, would like to open this up and let's see if we can find some other people of interest, not just people who didn't live up to anything of the agreement that they made a year and a half ago. So I'll sit here and talk about, but that's what I think you ought to, I'd like you to think about it and get some questions answered if you want them, but I think it's time to,
Okay.
open this up.
Alderman Wayne's reminded me we have a motion on the floor to hold this till the 19th. So just, he's got the floor. I know.
I made the motion, so, but I'm okay with talking about it tonight.
I would never doubt that you're not okay with talking about something. So I want to know what the council wants to do. Do you guys want to deal with this tonight, or do you want to, I think we should hold this till the 19th, work on it in between. Yeah, you should.
Your Honor, we can hold this till the 19th. The RDA does meet one more time before that, and we can have this on that RDA
Okay.
agenda. I understand we meet earlier in the day, and not everyone can be there.
Right.
But, we know well ahead of time when that meeting's going to be.
And there'll be some discussion, some spirited discussion on the 19th as well.
I hope so.
Right. So, Kevin?
Sure. I just wanted to, I guess, ask a direction in terms of clarification. When we say hold, that means you do not want us to continue negotiations further, or you would like us to bring you some? Would you like us to just hold and not continue negotiations until we talk to the council? Or are you looking for us to continue and bring you something, a development agreement next time? Bring a develop?
We're going to bring some options. We're going to continue negotiating, bring some things back on the 19th. So that's the motion and the second.
Okay.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, nay. Okay. Oh, all right. We did. Alderman Weary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had one comment, really. I do like the idea of having as an option opening up to other developers. If we can't hammer something out, that should be on the plate. The other one is, no matter who the developer is, way back then, a couple of years ago now, we put in a stipulation that a part of that property be kept by the city of Green Bay for a Fort Howard, for a historical marker. I can't remember how much size we put in, if it was a half acre, whatever it was. Okay.
Yeah.
But I just want that to be included. I'm going to bring it up again. If it's not in there, I'm going to bring it up, because I think it's important that we have an original piece of that property for storyboards, historical, whatever it might be. I think it's important. If we could look at it. then-
Right.
Yeah, all right, I just wanted to reiterate it.
All right. So again, motion and second to hold this item, or continue to work on this item and take it up on the 19th meeting. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, nays. Ayes have it. Okay, Chris?
Report of the Traffic, Bicycle, and Pedestrian Commission.
Looking for a motion. There's a motion by Alderman Joe Moore, seconded by Alderman Randy Scannell, to approve the report of the Traffic, Bicycle, and Pedestrian Commission meeting, which was held on Monday, May 15. Any items in this report you wish to handle separately? Seeing no lights, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, nays. The ayes have it, and that report's been approved in its entirety.
Report of the Finance Committee meeting held November 22nd, 2016.
All right, there's a motion by Alderman Randy Scannell, seconded by Alderman Tom Slottick, to approve the report of the Finance Committee held on Tuesday, November 22nd. Any lights here? All in favor, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, nays. The ayes have it. That report has been approved.
Report of the Finance Committee meeting held, and it should say June 13th.
All right, there's a motion by Alderman Randy Scannell, second by Alderman John Vanderleest. Get a little quiet over there. To approve the report of the Finance Committee, which was held on Tuesday, June 13th. Any items in this report you wish to handle separately? Number 7. Hearing none others, all in favor of the remainder of that report, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, nays. Ayes have it. All items have been approved with the exception of item 7. What are your wishes regarding item 7? Motion to approve by Alderman Scannell. Second that? Yes. Second by Alderman Tom Dwayne. Did you pull that? Okay. Alderman Tom Slack, you have the floor. Okay, I gotta get
At the committee, there was a request made for us to commit funds to have Bray Architects do some work on a particular site that had potential for the public safety building. And the committee determined to hold the item and asked that the steering committee working on this come and make a presentation to the council so we can make sure that there's some alignment between the steering committee and the council relative to criteria and so forth and so on. And they've agreed to do that.
Well, good evening, everyone. Thanks for listening. I brought John Laus. He's a captain, and he's our representative on the steering committee. Of course, there's a representative on the steering committee from fire as well, and Ms. Jeffries also sits there. And at this point, I'd like to extend an invitation for anybody on the council who wants to attend those meetings and be a part of that steering committee to join the committee and be a part of it, because we want to make sure that you guys are up to speed on everything that gets done by this by the steering committee. When are the meetings, John?
Usually as things develop, we'll call a meeting. We don't have a set date. Our last one, Bray did requested by Alder Zima. He said, have we checked out what's in the city as far as space that might be available or potential space? So we put everything on hold. We contracted with Bray, and they did a study of a 2-mile radius of downtown, if there was any potential buildings or land areas that we could possibly build a police department. So everything was kind of put on hold. They came back, they recommended 8 spots to us. Gave a little presentation here at council. We sat down, met as a steering committee on these 8 spots, and we found, in our opinion, none of them were viable. That's what I'm going to show you tonight, why we moved on from the 8 spots they picked to a spot that had piqued our interest early on in this process. I talked to Alder Slottick today. He suggested one. I went out and looked at it today, and I actually added to my presentation of why we felt it wouldn't work.
So if we can get this little machine to work here, which...
Chief, I just wonder, I brought your attention to a property. Is that included in the analysis, sir?
That would be one near our police station, is not included in this analysis yet, sir.
All right, well,
which one?
The motion is to hold the request to award Bray Architects. So we're not doing it now. I don't think we need this tonight. Your Honor, building kitty corner from our police station, the Chase Bank, is up for sale for, they don't have a price on it, but they're willing to take offers. It's assessed at about somewhere in the neighborhood of $2.5 million. It's got a lot of parking and 28,000 square feet of space, and I did tour with the chief and our council president that the facility, I thought it had some potential and was at least worthy of analysis. And so we've got a long night here already. We're not gonna build this thing tomorrow.
No.
And, I'm not ready to give up on any other site except building a new building yet. And I know that you may think differently about that, but we have.
Well, what if you change this to approve the request to award Bray Architects an additional service contract to conduct a site analysis, conceptual design on that location, and also include an analysis of the Chase building? Can you approve that tonight?
Well,
I'd like to keep these guys moving. I think we should secure some property by the end of the year. Huh?
30, 40, 50 million dollars building a facility. If there's anything else that can meet our needs and efficiently meet our needs, or pretty close to meeting all of our needs, I want to do it. I'm being repetitive, but it was a different circumstance, a different time, but the county, for $5.5 million that was spent over 2 years, got a pretty nice facility with a lot of land on it. I don't expect that we're gonna find something quite like that again. It'd be hard, but, I just see a building kitty corner, and I'm not willing to just throw away everything else because some people want a new building. And I believe if, I just look at that building over there, I thought it had potential. It would increase our current space by about 60%, got tons of parking. And if you had to throw $2 or $3 million into remodeling to what you want, you're only up to $6 million. You're nowhere near $30, $40, $50, $60,000. It's $1 million, excuse me.
Well, these guys have worked hard, they've been here all night, so let's hear this presentation.
Well, I don't know, how well is it gonna be received when everybody's practically got their.
You're the guy that said you had the juice to stay all night.
Your Honor, may I speak to this?
Yes.
I am not voting tonight.
Thank you.
And I don't know about anybody else, I'm not voting to have them put the
Right,
wheels in
thank
motion.
you.
To get the site plan and.
Alderman Slotnick, go ahead.
Thank you. The reason that at committee I wanted to have this presentation is I am concerned as I watch this process move forward, that we have a steering committee that doesn't have any council membership on it and really doesn't have a strong regular connection to the council. So we get reports from the architect when they've moved to a certain point, and I don't think we necessarily have built alignment where this steering committee knows what's important to the council, what would be considered, what would not be considered. The idea was to get some communication going so we can achieve that clarity to prevent the likelihood that they come back at some later point with a proposal that the council has no interest in. I really appreciate the chief's idea that somebody from this council perhaps join that steering committee. But the idea here is to build some alignment early on so we don't crash and burn further downstream.
Two things. Sounds like a volunteer, which would be awesome if you would do that, and I mean that.
I'll be glad to volunteer.
I'll volunteer too.
I'll volunteer too.
I volunteer.
What about tonight? I mean, you guys really is getting late, but on the other hand, you.
We could give you a quick update as to where we are right now, if that
Yeah,
would be helpful.
it'd be real fast. Prior to looking at property search, we did a spatial needs analysis. And that was really when we decided how big we had to be. It wasn't just arbitrary numbers. They came in, they measured what we had, they took our staffing, our records, what our evidence needs are, our training needs are gonna be, and they give us a square footage. And they gave us that square footage at 135,000. So I appreciate the Chase Bank building, but with our 58 and another 26, we're still $55,000 short. We haven't solved anything. So we're gonna have to either find a warehouse that's big enough to accommodate our needs, or we're gonna have to build new. And I'm glad to go through the numbers with any council member that wants to sit. But to piece us apart in the different buildings around the city, that's not gonna work either. That's gonna kill our workflow, okay? You have a very good police department, one of the best in the state. I think you start fractioning us out to different buildings within the city, I think you're gonna lose that, and that's just my opinion.
Go ahead, you guys.
So you want to discuss the place that that Bray is proposing to do this $5,500 study on, is a piece of property that's behind the transit building now, if you can pull that up.
Yep, slide it down, it's the last one.
The space folks that did our space analysis think we need about 5 to 5.5 acres. The space that you're gonna see here in just a second, up on University Avenue, Webster, and I believe it's Harvey Street, is about 7 acres. So,
It's actually a little over 10, Chief.
I'm sorry.
We actually, in the, greatest scenario, we'd like to grab all the way to Quincy. It's directly behind the transit building off the university, so city has a large footprint there already with transit. It also connects a small open, lot area you'll see to the south, which is, right now is kind of like a park, but it's actually owned by, the neighborhood association. They have a little piece of art there. The great thing, in my opinion, about this area is that Brisk Park, which our police department has taken ownership in, falls right in the footprint of the police department, which would really open up to the community where they can actually come down not only to the police department, but to enjoy one of the city parks that my officers have, in the last year, put a memorial and planted flowers that they got donated, are putting in a memorial park bench for Sherry Bozar, coming up here at the end of the month. So it's a place in the city that could use our police presence. It's a neighborhood that's been coming along great in the last 10, 15 years, and you put our police department in there, it's just gonna increase that neighborhood and its property values. Also, we would take advantage of the Webster construction that's coming up. They're gonna tear up Webster Avenue. It'd be a great time to save money by putting in all our sewer, all our electrical, our fiber optic leads and everything right into our police department. This came up. A lot of the properties over there are already owned by the redevelopment authority. Obviously, there'd be land acquisition also that we'd have to buy out, but it connects with the fire department. We'd have our fire administration there and an active firehouse right there on the corner, along with the footprint that's already there with transit. We want Bray to study this to see if our building and our footprint, our parking lot, would work on this area. So that's why we're asking for the extra money to finish what we started.
And what will 5,500 get you?
It gives us a site analysis, basically site design, kind of how our police department would have to work to fit on that. They want an 80,000 square foot footprint, and then additional probably 55,000 with garage and up second floor. But the footprint we need is about 80,000 square feet, about 350 parking.
Right.
Plus, we want to save the park. So, I mean, we already lose that acreage for the park that's already there.
Is money budgeted already?
I'm told that about $42,000 was set aside for this study out of the police budget. And Bray came in, not only did they come in as one of the lowest, I believe they were the lowest. So out of that money so far, I think we've only spent about $30,000, give or take a couple $1,000.
Alderman Denning, you gonna comment on anything?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of comments, and I know that time is pressing us, but you know, just a comment on the that park that you're talking about north of Fire Station Number 2. That is actually owned by Transit, and it was purchased with federal funds from FTA. And I know, because I've been through this before, when you want to take property that is transit property that has been funded over the years by FTA, they require an appraisal of that property, and they require you to buy it at an appraised value. That was the case when we dealt with, when we moved to the current site from the old transit facility that was on Washington Street. So I would just suggest that as something to look at. You know, in looking at this whole thing, I know that, you know, we hired an architect to do this study, but to be honest with you, in looking at the study, I really wonder what value it had. You know, it made some nice little maps of each site, and said that, you know, there are railroad tracks obstructing one site, or, you know, whatever the issues are. When we moved transit from over to the site on University Avenue, we had a committee of staff that looked at different sites. You know, basically our staff know what property is out there, and you know, they can look at any property, tell you what fair market value is. They can tell you what kind of impediments there are with floodplain issues, or railroad crossings, or other traffic issues. You know, they looked at 8 sites and for something like $30,000, and basically none of those were acceptable to us. When we moved transit to their current site, basically we had this staff committee that did a lot of work and looked at sites and identified, you know, what would be acceptable and what wouldn't, and narrowed it down, and they kept the council informed. And I wonder if we couldn't do that here too. You know, you guys found this site, not Bray, so I really wonder if it's worth $5,500 to have an architect at this point. At Transit, basically, we identified a site or two that we thought were acceptable, and then we hired an architect to take a look at it. You know, I don't know, there may be other sites that, you know, Alderman may suggest as well, and take a look at them, but, you know, we've got square footage things that they've recommended, and it seems to me we could, you know, if we feel this site by Transit is appropriate, we could have our own staff do for basically the same thing for a lot less money. That's just my suggestion.
Just hearing you talk and Slottick talk, I'm really wondering if I could just appoint you two guys to this committee. Okay, so I want to get that off my desk here. Now, so the request right now is to hold this $5,500 for Braid to kind of pursue this site a little bit further. There is money in the budget. He's right about that. I mean, we did set some money aside some time ago. Do you want to see a design on this site? I don't know. Can staff do this? I don't even know.
Do you want architecture, or do you want like layout and design?
Basically looking at the site that they're talking about, looking at the properties that would have to be acquired, estimating fair market value, relocation costs, demolition costs, that sort of thing, how many square feet would be there, if there are any impediments for railroad crossings.
Based on that, I think our staff could be capable of doing that. I just would need to discuss with them in terms of priorities, where that would fit amongst those things. What's the timeline, I guess, would be my question.
Is our next committee meeting down?
We haven't set one yet. We had to get through this hurdle first.
Yes, we haven't set another committee meeting, we haven't set the next committee meeting yet. I mean, is a month something reasonable, or is that too tight for you guys to do?
Sure. Well, why don't I discuss, we've got a design specialist, and we can work with somebody in our neighborhoods team to look at just then, all right, based on those properties, what it would be all together, and if that's the direction of the council, then we could turn that around in a month.
If I could assure the council that this isn't, we're not married to this site. This is a site that it looks like it has some potential, and we like to consider it, but this is not we're not all in, this has got to be the place. We're certainly welcome any other suggestion that you have. Councilman Stoyer pointed out a site on Velp. That's a great big piece of property. It's a mile or two away. It's got some concerns with railroad tracks and a propane field, or propane tank storage area nearby, but we went and took a look at this one as recently as today and drove around there. So we're not married to this particular site, but it does seem like it has some potential for us.
I would just like to, excuse me, clarify. What Bray is proposing to do with the $5,500 is to do a site design, a site analysis, come back with the design for that site and cost projections. So, Kevin, I don't know if your staff can do all that cheaper or more timely, but that's all that they're offering to do at this time. It would give us a benchmark then to know, in reality, what it would cost to build a facility that met the needs of the space analysis that Bray already did. Bray charges $18,000 for that. They charge us about $3,200 for the analysis for those 8 potential sites. That's all we've spent with Bray right now. And then this is another $5,500, so we'll be under $28,000 to get us to this point. So I just wanted to clarify what Bray's proposal was.
Look, I'm just the mayor, but I mean, it would give us a design that maybe we could put on other similar sites. It would, you know, our goal that we talked about, and I'm not saying we all agreed, but we did kind of want to hone down a site by the end of the year. We did talk about, I understand this is going to take us a few years to do, but we did, yeah, I know you don't like it, but some others of us at the meeting talked about that, so I don't know, $5,500, we're going to get a design that could fit on other property, but we will have something, so I want to go to bed, so whatever you want to do.
Didn't they give us an analysis of what they thought it would cost already? To build a new building?
They gave us a spatial needs analysis. You can go look in any.
What numbers do it?
No, they arbitrarily, the paper arbitrarily put a number to it at $40 million. They took $350 a square foot and multiplied it by 135,000 square foot. We have never done a bid analysis.
Half
The
of what the
paper
expo
did.
hall costs.
Okay, that's an average from around the country, and that's the top end of the average.
I remember looking at a report from.
Bray did come back with some cost projections, but they were, again, they were just based on national,
National averages.
averages, yes.
Well, national averages, whatever, so it might be a little cheaper, but it's a lot of money. I don't think you gotta get some, aldermen, and the council's gotta be involved in analyzing.
I agree.
sites. You guys just automatically dismiss all of them, so.
Okay. So Alderman Dwayne made a motion to approve this.
You don't wanna remodel a place, you want a new place.
And it's, okay, there's a motion on the floor by Alderman Dwayne, second by Alderman Scannell to approve item 7. Seeing no lights, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nay. Okay, ayes have it. Chris, move on.
Report of the Improvement and Service Committee.
There's a motion by Alderman Randy Scannell, second by Alderman Bill Galvin, to approve the report of the Improvement and Service Committee. That was for the meeting held on June 14th. Any items in this report you wish to handle separately? 3. Hearing none others, all in favor of the remainder of that report, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, nay. What are your wishes regarding item 1? All right, there's a motion by Alderman Nenning to refer this back, seconded by Alderman Randy Scannell. All in favor of referral, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Item 1's been referred back. Now, what are your wishes regarding item 3? There's a motion to approve by we're on INS, this is the wheel tax. Oh yeah, we're on page 13. Yep, we're on 3 right now. There was a motion by Alderperson Dorf, seconded by Alderman Bill Galvin, to approve item 3. You want to hold this? All right, so there's a motion by Alderman Zima, second by Alderman Joe Moore, to hold this item till the next council meeting. Alderman Slotnick, you want to comment on that hold?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't.
All right. So there's a motion and a second. All in favor of holding that item, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, nays. Ayes have it. Okay, Chris.
Report of the Protection and Welfare Committee granting operator licenses.
All right, there's a motion by Alderman Randy Scannell, seconded by Alderperson Barb Dorf, to approve the report granting the operating licenses. Are there any names in this report you wish to handle separately or abstain from? See no lights, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, nays. Ayes have it, that's been approved.
Receive and place on file municipal court report for May 2017, building permit report for May 2017.
All right, there's a motion by Alderman Zimmerman, second by Alderman Joe Moore, to receive and place on file the 2 reports stated by the clerk. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, nays. Ayes have it, and those reports have been received and placed on file.
We're under resolutions. You may, under suspension of the rules, adopt resolutions 17 through 23 together with one roll call vote.
All right, there's a motion by Alderman Randy Scannell, second by Alderman Chris Weary, to suspend the rules for that purpose. All in favor of a suspension, please signify by saying aye. And those opposed, nays. Ayes have it. Rules are suspended. Motion to adopt by Alderman Randy Scannell, second by Alderman Bill Galvin. And if you please use the board on this, this is 17 to 23. Okay, Randy. All right, and those pass unanimously, thank you.
Ordinance is first reading and may under suspension of the rules advance ordinances 24 and 25 to a third reading.
All right, there's a motion by Alderman Scannell, seconded by Alderperson Dorf to suspend the rules for that purpose. All in favor of suspension, please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nays. Ayes have it, the rules are suspended. Motion to advance by Alderman Scannell, seconded by Alderman Joe Moore. All in favor of advancement, we can do this on a voice vote. Please signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed, nays. Ayes have it. Those two items have been advanced to the third reading. And finally,
Ordinance is third reading. You may adopt ordinance 26 with a roll call vote.
motion to adopt by Alderman Stoyer, seconded by Alderman Joe Moore. Use the board on this.
Whoops.
I know. Who said midnight? Not asking you again. Yeah, Joe's hanging out to win the pool. Joe wants to win the pool. All right, with that, gentlemen and lady, a motion to adjourn? Motion to adjourn. All right, Alderman Tom Dwayne, second by Alderman Joe Moore. All in favor of adjournment, please signify by saying aye. Those nays, that's it. We're adjourned. Yeah, no, I got it. Pushed back, amended. Good night. We gotta change that. Maybe there's 2 meetings, there's 1 meeting a month, is a good idea. The real tax we should have got done tonight. We got totally screwed on that.
Yeah, but we have this many big things in one. Usually one finish.
It's me. I don't feel like we're making any money. You know, that's what we're just doing. I don't feel like we're making any money. That's what it is. I don't feel like we're making any money.
It is.
That's what it is. It just hit me. That's what it is.